Hello everybody and welcome into NECC Monday Night Valorant. I'm Cairo and I'm joined by Aislinn. I mean, this is all you could want. Aislinn, how's it going? Are you excited for some more Valorant?
I am so excited. I have been taking a little bit of a break from casting recently, but I'm so excited to be joined by you tonight and cast for NECC's Valorant game tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's your debut as well, so that's a little bit exciting, you know. We're casting here with UMass Beacons West and New England Tech Tigers, so that's a good one to be watching as well.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to some great games tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Well, unfortunately, both teams are actually on a losing streak just now. From what I can tell, they are both 0-2. So I mean, both teams looking for that first win. It can be a bit tough to get that kind of monkey off your back. What do you think about that?
I think that since they're both 0-2, they see each other as competition. So I'm definitely going to
Yeah.
see a lot of pressure tonight. Definitely a lot of friendly fire, I think. I feel like that we could really be seeing some, how do I say this? Friendly competition, but
Yeah.
in a less friendly way.
100%. And we've got our first map coming right up. It's Haven. What are you expecting in terms of the comps that could be coming out tonight?
I'm really excited to see Sova on Haven. I feel like that's a map or a character pick that we often see, and of course we see that right off of the bat on the defender's side.
Yeah.
Sova is also definitely one of my favorite agents to see run, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sova, a lot of presence. Obviously, one of the mainstays in terms of the information game. On top of that, I mean, when we look towards the defender side here, pretty much a standard comp. Maybe the Astra could filter in there somewhere. On the other side, I mean, it's actually going to be two mirror comps. So realistically, it's how they play the comps against one another, not what the differences are between the two.
Right. I think that Omen is actually quite a good pick. I do prefer to see Astra on maps such as Haven because I feel like there's a lot more space for that.
Yeah.
But that's just my personal opinion. Of course, these players are going to choose what they run the best. So it's going to be exciting to see how they decide to run Omen.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is, though, I think like the controllers is in such an interesting flux because the likes of Harbour is somehow found their way into a little bit of a, how would you put it, like a second controller slot as well. So the fact that Harbour is slowly starting to find their way into the meta is something that realistically we should hopefully see grow more and more. But I mean, Omen been mainstay for like how long? Since like beta or something like that?
Mhm. Well, I definitely think that it is going to be interesting. I mean, especially with his ultimate, I think on a three map site such as Haven, his ultimate will definitely come in handy in terms of a site such as like Ascent or stuff where we only deal with two sites.
Yeah.
Um, just a lot more space for him to mess around with, honestly.
100%. And already we are seeing UMass going straight in for an A lobby push, but that info dart perfect and, well, giving away the positions. Might not want to push up just yet. Players just jiggle peeking, going left and right. Nice little fault line in, and here we go, the paranoia. It's all just coming into a straight execute, but they're not checking the corners. Nades getting a couple there, but just missing out. It's just gunfires left, right, and centre. The spike's going down in the midst of battle, but it's down to 2 versus 2. Can anybody find the final mark? Not just yet. It goes just into a little bit stop. Oh, and Fluff Dog wins it.
Fluff Dog, what an absolutely beautiful name, I will say. And a great push from the defender's side, getting that defuse. I mean, they were able to give up sight there for a second, but the retake just to get it back in their hands is really what you want to see. Fluff Dog was able to get 2 kills in that round, as well as Sirius George. Of course, they are both playing some intel characters, or I wouldn't say Breach's intel, sorry. But, you know, it's the fact that so far we're seeing duelists not top fragging immediately, which is, of course, to be expected since we are in the first round.
Yeah,
we are going to see them go for a full buy on the side of the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, it's now the anti-eco, so the defenders got that upper hand. Maybe UMass will want to deathball, which we are seeing already. We think towards that last round in terms, execution was just so fast. I mean, the rotates came through at the right time, and already we are seeing people just getting information, and it is going to be a B push, a mid push from the side of UMass.
putting that turret down right here and immediately going in with a breach stun to try to make sure that the site is clear for them. Oh!
Just missing out. Oh, the util's coming through now. Spike trying to be attempted, but his spear's picked up. A Spectre, an upgrade. A Nano Swarm's doing work as well. The utility. That's what we love to see. Just dashes straight in. Oh my goodness, GML doing the work. And they managed to win the round, taking the 2 players by surprise.
The 2 players on the side of UMass that were left alive at the end there were both low health, but they were able to get one more pick onto New England. But GML just able to finish it out with that jet dash in with the Spectre, sorry.
Yeah, it's the fact that, I mean, the 2 players taken off guard, but I think the biggest thing to take away from that was the fact how much damage UMass were able to do. I mean, they brought it down to a 2 versus 2. The fact there was upgrades there, they were on low health, so they didn't have the kind of shields to back the weaponry that had been picked up, but I mean, realistically, moving into this rifle round, there is a little bit of hope. Good to see GML get on the board. 4 big ultimate points for them, but in terms of how this is going, well, there's the Blade Storm.
A Blade Storm so early on. I think that's what makes Jet such a valuable player, or character, sorry. With these quick picks, she's just able to get her ultimate online as quickly as possible. Now, Jules, the enemy Jet player, will be trying to dash in as quickly as possible. Doesn't get spotted by the drone, thankfully, due to the flash.
Oh, that flash is perfect. Plays perfect. And it's Bears plays perfect. Psycho doing work of their own. And with the spike going down once again, we are going to get into a post plant. In terms of what the weaponry is, it's not going to be good for the side of New England Tech Tigers. They're going to have to wait and, well, look for some sort of pick. Some sort of outlier that they could find, but with the smokes going down and, well, the utility that's already down on the ground, it's going to be such a hard task. Time just ticks away, and it does feel like a queue for an execution for these defenders because they are essentially waiting on their death. They can't realistically get in towards the site, although a head comes up at the perfect opportunity. There is a refrag, and at least there's 2 apiece, but majority of rifles get through to the next round.
Right. I think that buy really worked out in that favor there. They were only able to lose 2 players, meaning that they still have those 3 guns that they don't have to rebuy. On the other hand, New England is going to pretty much force here. Their economy is not going to be in a super great position after this buy. They're really going to want to get around back on the board, back in their favor, so that their economy is looking in a much better place for the next couple rounds.
And I mean, the economy, such a massive part when it comes to this game, but also on top of that, ultimate economy. Look at this, the lockdown actually coming online, and imagine there'll be more of those ultimates to come through. Spike was somewhat in towards mid as well, so looking to be a C split, although Neo just maybe getting caught out here. A lovely place, fault line, just stops the exit of that KJ. And there still is a luck in towards mid. That spear could really do some damage. Spike down. Already all the players are getting ready for this retake. It could come quickly, or well, there could be a little bit of delays. They wait for the utility to go out. Bullets fired left, right and centre, but here comes that spear. This is the luck that they've been waiting for. This is exactly what's won the round, and New England Tech Tigers are down to 2. And as they enter the site, there's not much to find. There's not much to find at all. The swing out comes through. GML takes down 2. That's perfect. It's Bear finally through on from the garage, but GML's down towards a potential ace. Can they find the last player? It is that KJ. There's still going to be those nano swarms on the bomb, but they don't even need to use them. They can just use the rifle. GML just the health dissipates.
An unfortunate situation there, as the Jet was only at 6 health. JML was able to get those 4 kills there, and of course it did come with, he did have to pay his health in that manner. Yep. You don't want to go into a 1v1 fight with such low health, but at the same time you really just have to wish on your lucky stars in a situation like that. This does force New England in a really difficult situation here, and it looks like they're all going to go in with sheriffs, which I think is something really interesting that we could look at. They are going to be a little bit outclassed here whenever it comes to UMass, since they all do have these rifles as well as full shields. So we're going to see how this goes. We have seen people able to win these rounds with ARs versus pistols, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on an eco, you're looking for these outliers, these little picks that you can find up and maybe get an upgrade. There's one. GML takes out Psycho. They does have the Blade Storm back online, so obviously we can see that the Jet's at least doing some work. A nice little ping out by that info dart. But are they going to be able to deny? Oh no, they're going to be able to take some damage by themselves. And, well, the KJ actually takes one out. Paranoia just takes out the information in terms of sound and sight. And they're going to have to repause upstairs up towards heaven. Remember, one of these knives can go straight through the head and deal some deadly damage, or they can just jump out from heaven. The bust out comes through, but Bear really starts to mow them down. It's like a hot knife through butter, and there's not going to be much found from that.
I will say we have seen It's Bear on the kill feed. Oh my gosh! I mean, getting 3 kills that last round and 3 again this. I mean, I think that's a name that we need to be looking out for here, as well as GML with that Jet, able to get these knives so quickly. Used them last round, but of course it won't take too long for GML to be able to get them back online. The Jet, Sova, Breach, and Omen all have their ultimates on the side of UMass.
100%. I mean, the fact that the Jet's able to continuously bring back GML, these knives, these Blade Storms up to the action. There's already been contact taken out towards C, and there's already, I mean, procedures going through in terms of already getting the smokes through. The Jet already taking out the Sova. They've been aided by the Initiators. That's a massive part of this game, and they're doing it so well. Jules, unfortunately, having to be stripped down. Back, are not able to push forward. Now as the spike gets down, GML trying to do some work of their own. They're going to peek out, but Jules, she's just so much better. Finding another. It's Bear. Now just down to 1 player left. It's Nades, and they've been found by the Eldrone, having to retreat, probably looking to maybe try and save this rifle, but they're not going to get a chance. Psycho really does go and find the last kill, and it's another flawless round.
We doing this or what?
An amazing flawless victory coming in from the side of UMass. I think it's great to see that so early on, and of course they are going to have their rifles in their hands as well as full shield. I mean, right now, New England really just doesn't have any space in their economy to be able to come back the way they want to, which is really unfortunate. But that's what's so important about this game. The fact that economies are such a big deal. It really can make or break a round, honestly.
I mean, 4 Stingers and a Spectre, it really isn't anything to be scoffed at, especially when we saw some of the damage that was done last game. I mean, realistically, if you can get 2 Stingers, they can sometimes feel like a one-pump gun. It's Bear ready to bust out, and here we go. They are going to bust out. Nades gets 2. Maybe even more. No, just bit off more than they can chew. Now, it's just a little bit of a treat. The 3 players looking to not go any further on towards A's. They've realised the position they're in, but do they realise exactly what's going on? As Fluff Dog has moved all the way up from mid. There's potential more utility to help them. The Owl Drone aiding in that information game. They may have just caught out the KJ. 1 HP in a dream, and that dream is at least 1 pick. There it is, completely given away. Getting the reload off. The 2 players are looking to swing, and they'll find that kill. It's down to 2v2. There's ultimates to be used, but really not wanting to. If you're on the side of the attackers, they won't need to now. It's down to 2 versus 1, and Mio is stuck out on towards B.
Right now, we are going to see that the Rolling Thunder is still online, but I doubt he will use it in a 2v1 situation. I think that's an ultimate that's really more important whenever it comes to having multiple players on one site. Now, we are going to see KJ come in through CT, Sova, sorry, slowly but surely, just waiting patiently. But of course, the turret will be there to signify that he is making his way on site. We're going to go straight in with a blind. Able to get him. Oh, shut down.
That's unfortunate. I mean, it was a very, very good effort when you think of the low economy buy coming through from New England Tech Tigers and the way that they were able to, I guess, just find a couple of picks. The outliers, as I was saying, I mean, getting a double kill, the fact that UMass was like, right, okay, we've already touched A, we probably want to kind of go back. I would have actually loved to see them go and re-hit A after taking, or kind of killing the noise, because I've already made their opponents think, like, hey, they've hit A, we've not heard anything for a while, so maybe they've decided to go to C. You know what I mean? Kind of just playing with your opponent's mind, playing with the kind of default and how you're doing this. A nice double up draft, but not much found by Jules.
I definitely spoke a little bit soon there whenever I was talking about these Stingers, but now we are going to see that they're in a bit of a better situation from winning that, Oh my gosh, New England still their economy not looking the best. Now, right now, we are going to have JML on site holding down this A. We see some activity going on around mid.
Yeah. It seems as if there's been that initial positioning, that initial kind of contacting on towards the site and the players. As they start to group in towards mid, maybe thinking about pushing in towards garage. No, not really. It's realistically going to be this B site. Fluff Dog's seen everything. They've got the ultimate ready. They can use it whenever they want to, and it's going fast. The thing is, though, UMass have not taken any space in towards these link positions. They've just taken it in towards the site. There's been a trade of kills, but this can easily work out for maybe an ultimate. And here it is. It's the Hunter's Fury. Any picks to find at least 2 pings. They're going to damage their teammate, but like, look at this. This is where they can all come in, the defenders, and start to finish up, clean up. Neo Sticks gets 3 on the round, make that a double kill just there, and it's all up to the KG as they swing through. They need to tap heads, and that's exactly what's happening. It could easily swing either way. The pendulum going left and right. They deny the spike defuse, but there's plenty of time for the last remaining player. Fluff Dog wins the round for New England Tech Tigers.
We definitely saw Fluff Dog in the beginning of that round see that they were coming towards the B site and then immediately back off, and that gave them the perfect room for retake. Now, I think that counter of the we had the Sova ultimate be put online on the side of New England Tech, and then immediately UMass is going to counter it with the Rolling Thunder coming in from their breach. And I think that that was a great play and a great use of ultimates there. Honestly, I love to see ults used in this game. Especially things like the Rolling Thunder, one of my personal favorite ultimates. I think it's just so valuable, and it's a great ult to use to retake these sites.
I mean, it's a massive and important retaking ultimate, especially when it's left in pocket. I mean, the fact that it basically clears out a full site, the player's not realistically able to do much in terms of fighting back, but combine that with a Hunter's Fury, it was just perfect. It was just tagged away at the opponents. On top of that, there's still another retaking ultimate there. We still have the lockdown in the pocket of the New England Tech Tigers and UMass Beacon. And the thing is, though, the Hunter's Fury, while it worked out, I mean, maybe you realistically could have kept it in pocket if the lockdown is used on the other side, because that's going to be a massive hindrance later on in the game. But at the same time, round has been won by New England Tech Tigers, and now they need to think about what's next. How are they going to win out? How are they going to kind of keep this momentum ball rolling? Because on a defensive side of Haven, you need as much momentum as possible.
Right, I completely agree. The momentum is something that they're just going to have to keep in check as we go into this next round. We have seen that UMass has kept onto several of their ultimates throughout this game, just not really using them quite yet. But of course, there's strategic use in that. Now, Bear is going to be face to face with the Sova. Oh, and the judge, you just,
I mean, that's nice, kind of remembrance. Like, remember, like, you know what? We like to see UMass likes to have a lurker outside of garage, just to push out, collect, and they were left solo. That was the problem. Now, here comes the lockdown. Remember, there's a Sova with the Hunter's Fury in pocket by UMass Beacons, but they're actually going to use that for the post plant and not wait to kind of destroy the lockdown if they have to try and get in. Nade's ultimate gets denied, and they get denied their position, get denied their life. There is going to be that retake from Psycho. Is a massive retake. There is going to be this opportunity to try and get it happen. No, it's not going to happen. All the mollies, all the ultimates used. There's only one player left. The Psychos came up and killed one of their own. The spike's getting low. GML, what can you do? How can you escape? Well, it's going to have to be an escape. It's the Italian job as they wait for the last 2 remaining players to come their way. The dash triggered. Is there going to be any peek out? I don't think so. They find nothing. Just a couple of taps. And that's another round for UMass Beacon's White.
Wow, a great round coming in there. I love the utility use that we were seeing, the ultimates that were put online. I think that's really good. It's just showing how bad both of these teams want to win this game. As you said before, they are both 0-2, sorry. And they're really just fighting tooth and nail to get back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's the massive part. I mean, there's a lot of... you forget that there's actually a little bit of stakes on the line in terms of, look, this is the first win for one of these teams. New England Tech Tigers aren't really out of this in terms of, like, we're saying, like, momentum. I mean, they've got 3 rounds on the board. Haven defensive side kind of massively can be pretty hard. And at this point in time, they've already got 3, potentially looking at a 4th if they can get it on the board. And you're starting to think to yourself, this might be a little bit comfy. What can we do on the attack? And I think that's where it's going to be the massive part. That's a lovely nano swarm to clear the back site. There's already going to be a clearing in towards mid. It's going to be that Omen and Sova battle. Serious George wins that one out as the players peek out. Jules is able to get one of their own. Now, in a 3 versus 5 situation with those ultimates in the pockets of these attackers, again, it's just going to be such an easy post plan for them. The utility is sending their way. There's obviously an alarm bot just to signify exactly where the push comes from. And the delay is just perfect. Jules gets another. It's down to a 2 versus 5. You can't help but feel this is all but over, especially with how low this spike is. We wait for the explosion and a 7th for UMass Beacons White.
Another round for UMass. Oh, are we going to see the Sova and Jet? There we go. A final kill happening there, just getting those in picks, just to get it out of your system. It looks like their Sova is going to stick with the Judge, which has been working out in their favor. On the other hand, UMass, a beautiful, beautiful economy in their hands. They're really just not worried at the moment about the next couple rounds, because if they know that if they lose the next round, they'll still have enough money for the next one. Really just planning for the future as we go into this next round.
Exactly. I mean, Valorant, there's so much more to think about rather than just the one round that you're in. There's there's the future and the rounds to come. Obviously, the smoke's just going out, and well, already in towards site. There's been not much in terms of denial, in terms of the entry. And this entry, Jules, she's just unstoppable. How can you stop her? 2 entries on the kill, or 2 kills on the entry, sorry, already. The spike down, and they've already set up.
Oh,
nice
a beautiful pick from Fluff Dog coming in onto Serious George.
Yeah, exactly. It's that refragability. But, I mean, it's all cut down. It's all down to one player. Fluff Dog's already got the first. Make that a 3rd down the round. I don't think there's much time for them to do the work that they need to. They do have the full kit that they need to at least do some work, but there's got 2 players to contest, and especially with Jules still out there doing what they do best, and that's fragging out. As we see Fluff Dog try to get onto the spike, they realise there's a one-way on it. And, well, that spike's going to explode. That's going to be another round for UMass.
Yes. We have noticed that Jules has been able to get these first blood picks for the past 2 rounds, and I think that's something important, and it really decides the momentum of this game. Of course, things can change, but I think that these first bloods, the fact that Jules is consistently picking them up, really just shows what kind of player, what kind of duelist that Jules is.
I think in terms of how the general map has been working, I think back, like, realistically, New England Tech Tigers won the first 2 rounds because of a pistol, a pistol round, which you're kind of not realistically going to be on the best footing for both teams, and then the second round you're on an anti-eco, so you've got the better weaponry. And then the 3rd round that they won was because I believe that UMass didn't do the right take on the mid site. It was more of a kind of like they didn't take any link space, so they were at the mercy of all the ultimates that could come their way. Now, this last round is a bit tougher in New England because it's like an eco for some of them. It's not going to be the best buy. Bladestorm, etc. UMass have so many ultimates, this could really go wrong.
We also see UMass with an Odin. I think this is going to be really interesting in how it comes to play here. Now, Nades is going to go ahead and throw down a smoke, but he gets shot down by the KJ. This gives them the ability to swing out, but immediately gets shot down.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a spam coming through from the Odin. Info dart just holding as the players get ready to go. Oh, this shock dart just misses out. There's still those ultimates that I was talking about, one of those being the Rolling Thunder. And well, there's going to be some Rolling Thunder of their own as Cyclone Serious George get the work done. It will be a 9-3 half, but will the 9-3 curse be activated for New England Tech Tigers?
Right. Now we see that New England Tech will be attacking. So we can see that if this really changes their momentum and how they play this game. I know that sometimes teams tend to be a lot more stronger on attack versus defense sides. So we'll see if this is the case for New England. Of course, I could be absolutely wrong, but it really just depends on how these first couple rounds go. Now the economies are back at an even set. We both see them having to do pistol since it is the first round of the half. So we're going to see how the momentum goes if it shifts at all due to the switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well that's like a massive thing, or one thing that we didn't really get to speak about was UMass were just so execute focused. Like, there wasn't any default set, there wasn't anything in terms of like, oh, we'll kind of fake a little presence here. There was no fakes at all. It was all just, oh no, Jules, what are you doing? Just dashes forward into GML's hands, and well, there we go. Just a pick up, and it's free.
No charges.
Right now, we are going to see New England being smoked off a bit. I feel like they know, of course, they know that they are trying to push this A site. I wonder if they're going to fall back and regroup at all. Neo able to get the pick onto Psycho. Psycho goes down. That means they are currently out of flashes.
Out of flashes, out of time potentially as the spike goes down. Nice trade, and they're playing together. Although they might not be for long. 3 players left, and well, there's only 1 left on UMass Beacons White. It's bare. I mean, we've seen them pop up in the kill feed plenty of times, but can they continue it? Can they continue to get the work done? I mean, it's 65 HP with only 1 smoke and, oh, a classic. They're going to bust through, they're going to find the first. There is a sheriff to pick up there, but no, just tries to jump up. A quick peek with this. There's a right click. There's only 1 player left. You know exactly where the KG is, but unfortunately, the movement debuff just affects them, and well, we are going to move with another round for New England Tech Tigers.
Unfortunate there, but we did see Bear put up an amazing fight there, especially with the utility, getting that pick onto the Jet while in the smoke. And also, they were blind by their own smoke whenever they got that pick onto Fluff Dog. I think that was just so cool to see, the fact that they're able to swing out from that smoke and get those 2 picks. Unfortunately, though, they just weren't able to bring the KJ down, bringing another round to New England.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, the fact that the fact that New England are able to get this first pistol round puts them in good stead, you know? I mean, they stopped UMass potentially extending the lead to 11 in terms of the economy, etc. They'll be able to kind of bring it to within 4, and then it really is a coin flip of how things go. If they're able to win the bonus, then you're absolutely laughing. But that's a big if. In terms of this execute that's going on here, there's already going to be quick rotates, and that's not going to work out well. Nades, though, just completely wipes players out. Spear comes back with 2 of their own, and now this is where there is going to be a complete standstill for New England Tech Tigers. They may have just had the last gasp at this moment in time. The upgrades picked up. The Jet of Jules, well, you know what they can do with a weapon in their hands. The players stuck out on long, and maybe this is where the kind of fake comes through, cutting the noise. And now the players on UMass Beacons White need to think about what's going on.
The 2 Omen players absolutely dominating the first part of that round, and now New England Tech's Omen is going to be down. We're going to see if they're able to keep up this momentum as they decide to go for a site switch, looking to push towards A, thinking that it'll definitely be more free from what they were facing on C. I'm kind of surprised that they're not deciding to go for a B, but of course they're the ones making the calls. Now we're going to see how this works out as the Jet, Breach, and Omen all start to shift towards A, or the Breach kind of sticking towards B, just to keep another extra set of eyes on the B site to make sure that they're not getting tricked at all. Fluff Dog able to get the pick onto Jules. That's their duelist down.
Yeah, it's the massive part. It's been the Demon Slayer themselves coming through. Jules, there is already 1 Nano Swarm shot out, but there's a second there just to delay. Remember, these 2 remaining players on the attack are not as good as a health pool as the other 2. They're going to get out a swing. There's that spear. They're going to run through and win. The movement player, the movement diff wins out. And that's just so unfortunate for New England Tech Tigers.
Bear able to close out that round there with 4 kills on the board for him and a thrifty round. Absolute beautiful rotation there, and they were really just able to execute there, able to defuse the spike in the perfect amount of time. Now it's Bear is going to be holding the team MVP spot right now, as we see them with 18 kills, just a little bit above the KJ. We're really going to see how the Bear is able to keep this momentum up. I think it's such a fun player to watch, honestly.
Yeah.
The fact that Omen is able to get these amazing round-changing picks.
Yeah, it's not only the picks, it's also how they affect the round in terms of their position, and the fact that we've been seeing them luck, and I mean their lucks have been pretty impactful. GML just relegated towards a frenzy. These ecos, I mean, it puts UMass in such a good position because they can peek out with the Vandals, and well, Jules already exemplifies that. Gets the first pick and already looking for the second. Not even used a dash either. That's the problem. When you leave a jet like this to go and do the work, I mean, it's the first blood. It puts New England Tech Tigers at such a bad position to try and get back into this. And then when you, I mean, bring in Spear, it just makes it such a problem.
It's really looking like UMass is just having a great hold on these sites, just not trying to give it up if they don't have to, which of course is the aim of the game. Right now, we're just going to see how powerful their retake is, if they're even able to get, or if they're even going to let New England get on site. Right now, a beautiful stun coming in. Psycho shuts it down.
Yeah, Psycho.
JML able to get on site, but possibly not for too long, actually.
Maybe. Spear gets one onto Neo. There's been a little bit of trading back and forth. The Sheriff doesn't get the work done. GML, though, still lurking about the frenzy. Bullets go wild. And there's going to be an outline carved into the back of that wall.
Right now, UMass's defense is just amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to see an Ares on the side of UMass as well as a Judge. On the other hand, we are going to see New England go in for a force buy here, trying to just spend as much money as they can to get back on the board. They really want to find this momentum. So far, they're only able to get one round on the half. UMass able to get the other two.
At this moment in time, the fact that we are now officially seeing the New England Tech Tigers buy coming through, this is where we need to see them get the work done. This is where they need to fill us with confidence. Already the lockdown going down, and it's the attacker Killjoy to get that. I mean, that's going to push everybody out of sight. The time's now down to 2, so they should be busting out and getting that spike down, which they have done. This KG won't be able to set up just yet, but the rest of the players can, in terms of creating the crossfires and creating some sort of problem to get in towards the site. Most of these defenders are going through the traditional route that is from CT. Mio just stops that happening. The turret goes out to add in an extra bit of cover. Spear just covering with their own rifle. Nades from below, GML from elsewhere. It's all turning into a flurry. 3 versus 1, and they've left Jules to do the work, but they get blinded. Unfortunately, Fluff Dog's there to catch the last player, swat them like a fly, and collect the 5th.
We went from a little bit of a slow-paced action to a flurry of kills immediately on the board there. And that gets another round into New England Tech Tigers' hands. We're going to see if they're just going to figure out what's working best for them and continue to stick with it as the rounds goes on, as they play more and more. Now, this is a best-of-3 series, so they're going to be able to adapt more and more as these games go on. Yeah. Now, we are going to see, once again, a great buy coming in from New England. They're going to be able to afford these rifles and these shields. UMass struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, on a full buy here for the for both teams. In this situation, when you're looking at both teams at a full buy, again, it's another one of those fill us with confidence rounds. See what you can do, New England Tech Tigers, because UMass, I mean, they've already proven to us that they can get the rounds won because they're on 11. New England Tech Tigers are at a complete deficit, and this deficit needs to be reduced. There needs to be momentum built up, and that's what we need to watch out for, is that momentum. This has been a right default round, a really slow approach, and it's been good, but as they finally land on B, how do they take it? I want to see a link take. I want to see the players take their time and at least bust out and gain extra space. As the spam comes through from Snyko, it's not going to connect with anybody. Nades gets one. There is going to be that aftershock, but realistically, it will actually take out Sticks. I thought it wouldn't. That's massive. It keeps in a 4 versus 4. Nades at least gets the advantage back, but Psycho trading again. It's the trades that are going to be massive. A lovely rolling thunder, but they've not cleared above, or they will now. The players out in towards mid. They've taken a real deep position. The player comes through. It's up to Mio in a 1 versus 1. Health low, but so is Gern. Can they get the spam? Can they connect? There is the info dart to help out, and that will give a ping. The spike is getting low, it's not even half. Mio will swing as the smoke dissipates, and there's going to be a full swing now, but does Garen have the time? Time extremely low as they look to the left and to the right. They shake their head and say, no, it's our round.
Right. Just having the perfect amount of time to be able to diffuse that spike there, and it brings us to a match point on the side of UMass. We're going to see if they're able to just finish this game out with one more round, or if New England is going to put up a super strong fight to try to even this out as much as they can. Now it looks like we're going to have UMass once again kind of an all over the place buy with the Ode and with the Judge. Meanwhile, New England going to have these Spectres, going to have these Vandals, just, you know, JML deciding to go in with the knives instead of buying a gun. Hopefully just want to get a pick with the knives and then be able to pick up their enemy team's gun.
Yeah, exactly, it's about getting that first pick. And there it is. Already GML finds it on towards Jules. Getting that upgrade, and that's what you love to see. The Rolling Thunder has came through, but it's the attacking Rolling Thunder. That's the problem. Already though, that's a lovely way of using the Omen ult, getting in and taking away space from these defenders. Psycho able to take out GML, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. They're delaying the possible. The defender Killjoy does get destroyed. The lockdown, that is the ultimate, not the player. There is going to be players, I was about to say, holding the crosses. Mio at least trades it out. It's 3 versus 3. There's still utility in pocket, but not for long. Timmy the Turret getting one of their own. They're all on towards the spike. The players just holding down left trigger. It's all up to Mio having to clutch up, but they have to reload first. They're not going to get the opportunity. It's 13-5 to UMass Beacons White.
Wow, that was an excellent game to be able to watch.
I mean, both teams going at it. And, I mean, it's a best of 3 as well. So that first map, going in favour of UMass Beacons White, puts them in such a good position moving into this second map.
The Tigers are definitely going to work as hard as they can, put as much effort as they can into this next map, because if they lose it, they're out. That'll be game 4 tonight. I mean, they're really just going to have to fight tooth and nail just to get back on the board. We did see that how they were able to adjust a little bit there at the end, but of course, it seems like defending was their stronger suit on side of attacking, or I might have switched that up.
No, I think that it's been one of those situations. I mean, even more attack-sided. They started on the kind of deficit half as well. I think if they never lost that anti-eco round, it would have been in such a better spot for the attackers. It's just one of those things that you kind of have to weigh up. Like, one round could be the matter of winning the full game or losing the full game. It's crazy how Valorant works. But I'll tell you how this broadcast works. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with map number 2 between these two teams. Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm Cairo and this is Aisley, sorry, and this is Monday Night Valorant. We have had an amazing match on Haven. Aisley, how's that been?
I mean, I genuinely think that it was such a fun match to watch. I mean, we did see UMass end up taking it there, but Tigers really did put up a good fight. Now we are going to go into this next map, which will be Ascent, and we'll see how this really changes up how things are going, the different sides of what we'll be facing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it is the Tech Tigers start on the... sorry, this is the Tech Tigers pick, and they're starting on the attack. So there is maybe something to be taken out of that, the fact that they maybe have not been on comfortable on Haven. So that's something that UMass kind of had the advantage of in that last map.
I think it really is interesting, and how different teams have their favorite maps, and how more dominant they are on these specific maps. It really just kind of depends on the team and the comp and how they play, their play styles.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about play styles and implementing it in your own way, creating that kind of general, how would you put it, like the kind of general structure of the map. On Ascent, a lot you can do. It's almost like Haven. We have the kind of 3 lanes that you can attack from. You can manipulate the map in that way. I really hope that this manipulation comes through and it's not just as execute focused as it was in that last series. But I mean, you never know. And New England Tech need to do a little bit more, I think. But I think at the same time, we'll just have to wait and see when it comes to this agent select.
We definitely are going to see, and oh, I got nervous for a second. I saw its bear hovering over Yoru. It looks like Serious George is now. Now I'm wondering if this is a troll or if this is something that they're seriously considering. We definitely don't see a lot of Yoru, but on the other hand, we do tend to see a lot of Astra. On the side of Tech, the Tigers, we will see Minnow switching off from the Sova and deciding to go into a duelist row, picking Raze.
Interesting that we're seeing a double duelist. I think the fact that it's paired with a double initiator is something that I'm extremely happy with, though, because when we come towards like kind of the general and how the general map works, we would tend to see more of a kind of I guess a sentinel in place of that second duelist, but the mainstay being that double initiator. So that's going to be a really good one. Sova paired with the Fade. So it's really big on the information. On the other side, UMass, they're going for the KO and the Sova pick, which is something a little bit more traditional with that Sentinel and paired with Psycho on the Jet. This is, I'd say UMass have got a much more traditional Ascent comp, whereas New England Tech Tigers kind of have their own flavour, their own flair to this.
Right. Now, once again, its bear is going to be sticking on the Omen. I think that is a good choice since they performed so well that last round. Or last map, sorry. And now we'll see Psycho move on to the Duelist. We'll see how this is able to fare in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they did a pretty decent job on the breach in that last game. From what I can remember, they were fragging out pretty decently. Obviously, I can't really remember the scoreboard off the top of the head, but from what I can remember, it was good stuff. When we head in towards this match, the only thing that I'm kind of worried about is the fact that when we see the sides flip. Oh me, sorry, I was just bumping it. When the sides flip, UMass Beacons White will have a lot stronger comp, like from the defensive and moving on towards the attacking side as well. Whereas New England, they're gonna just be like very good at attack And when we head towards the defensive side, there's going to be a lot of openings without having a sentinel.
Once again, the double duelist will be really interesting, as well as Jules being on Sova. Last time we saw them on Jet, and I think that that worked really well. Once again, they're going to have their KJ continuing on KJ on the side of UMass. But obviously, that most likely is a comfort pick. That is something that they're good at, and that's something they don't want to change. If it's working, don't mess with it.
Already, look at this. Psycho tries to take the space, but Nades is already waiting. And as a paint shell goes in from behind, Sirius George can't move back, and Nades will collect a double. Lovely first entries in towards the map. Oh, Best Bear just takes the players off guard, but Nades will collect a triple now.
Nades with those two beautiful headshots with the Ghost, immediately shutting down his enemies that were pushing up so far. Now they're going to have full control over this A site. The closest person will be the KJ. And we try to see the Sova on the side of UMass trying to push it as quickly as possible. Now it looks like their KJ will be going through Garden. Probably going to have to shoot that door down, which is going to make a lot of noise, going to alert them of what is going on. Decides to go in with the knife. Now the Jet will be on that opposite wall, laying down a turret. It gets shut down immediately. Now back and forth. Wow. Neo able to pick off Jules, the other Sova. Now it is a 1v1 situation. That shock dart coming out, but unfortunately it hits the wall and able to really do what it was supposed to do there. Another shock dart, but AJ is able to get out of the way. Neo able to shut it down.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate the fact that Neo was able to clutch that up in the end. I mean, puts New England Tech Tigers at a decent spot. Obviously, the fact that it's the clutch, but I mean, the miss utility, massive part, could have went either way, and the KJ just caught out on that swing. So, well played from Neo. Kind of the flurry on site really put UMass in a decent position, but couldn't get it closed out.
I do want to mention, once again, those two glorious headshots coming on the side of Nades. Just what beautiful picks there. Those two first bloods were honestly so important to the round. Now Jules is going to be sitting backside on Sova, just pushing up a little bit. Now the Fade is going to have their util, sorry.
The Haunt already pinging one out. Jules, the Terror Trails, gives away the position. And well on top of that, Nades is just going to go and clean up. It really is a clean up site at this point in time. It's Bears, though, just getting one back on towards Mio as they try to get a little bit aggressive with that judge. Now, things looking in a bit of a different situation as it's Bear will have the judge to do a little bit of work, a little bit more damage, but in terms of how much damage can be done, well, that'll be determined on the amount of space that they can clear to get to that position. The Classic gets taken out. That is Ger. Neo Sticks kicked out with a second. The Classic, though, of Sirius George does the work. The Haunt not quite pinging away at Sirius George as they get ready to make that re-entry. They somehow sneak in, but Fluff Dog's there to close it out.
Sirius George was going to have to make some contact there, honestly, with that judge, a more short-range weapon, compared to these two Spectres that were in the hands of New England. Now we're going to see, we have New England with a 2-0 lead right now. We're going to see if this changes as UMass decides to go in with a force buy. New England kind of just keeping it with the Spectres, with the Sheriffs, just trying to savor their economy as much as possible so that for the next round, they're able to rapid fire over and over again.
Now, the bonus round that comes in. It's a massive part of the game. I mean, it's almost like a kind of gamble-free round for New England Tech Tigers. They win the bonus, they put themselves in a spot where they can really propel themselves forward, trampoline rounds and all the likes of can come through. It's been a real kind of default round as they slowly take an approach and take space, seeing if there's anybody that can peek out and wait for any potential upgrades that could come through. GML looking towards this mid-space and Nail Drone just assisting them in that front.
The drone going out, not able to pick up two information, unfortunately, and Psycho will be on the A site. It's Bear able to get two beautiful kills right there. Gonna go and send out a flash, but gets shot down by Neo. Now Fluff Dog is gonna back up just a little bit, catch a sight of the shoulder. Wow, that's fun to say. Unable to get scanned there. Jules backs off just a little bit.
Oh, That's a big pick. Needs just picks up Psycho and Serious George from behind. As Neil's already picked up a Vandal, gets one back. It's 2 versus 2, and Jules is just thinking about what could be going on behind her. Oh, Nades. If you could somehow get up close and personal, you will, but you'll peek out just too early. 2 HP. The spike has been picked up by the Fade as they head towards A. The players are more thinking about what's happening in towards mid. That's where the Astra was. And the Astra, remember, with that global utility, can easily just sit in towards mid and place down those astral stars. They do. And we are going to see a smoke go up on Heaven. A single smoke. As the players look to make their entry. There is the oil drone that can be placed through, and Jules will decide to use that as they clear the corners. They will catch out Fluff Dog just at the very end, but no pings. Now, as they enter in, they have to try and clear these corners, actually find the gunfight, isolate the gunfight onto Fluff Dog as there's one player on towards main, but they're able to win it out. The 2 upgrades from these 2 attackers winning their round, and that's what a slow approach does.
That double swing there really working out in the favor of New England Tech, as they're not letting UMass get any rounds on the board so far. Once again, UMass is going to be put into a pretty tough situation, as now New England is going to take advantage of their economy lead. As I said before, they're just going to go rapid fire, buying these Vandals, buying these Phantoms, and just rolling with the economy that they have, that they've thankfully earned. Now we're going to have Gurn put up some great util here, having the turret ready to signal whenever people are really pushing into sight. Looks like we're going for a slow push onto this B site.
Here.
As the slow approach comes through, there is that couple of bullets just rained off there, but there's nothing to quite get hit. We are going to see the Cosmic Divide come through in an entry with the blast packs. As Mino already through, finds the KJ and finds that first picking, opening up the site completely. What does the post plant look like though as the spike goes down? How do these players set up with one another? The Cosmic Divide slightly affecting the site, and well, on top of that, with the site getting slightly affected here, it could pose a problem in this post. Serious George already getting pulled in a gravity well. They're able to get out a fragment as that bursts off, rains off. Jules rains off a couple bullets of their own and finds the heads that they need to. It's going to be a double kill elsewhere. And now it's down to a 1 versus 2. It's all up to Psycho with the Marshal spam through the wall. They thought someone was behind, but it's not. It's all in front of you. 1 player in towards stairs, 1 player in towards boathouse. At least the spike might be able to get 1, but can you even find the head? At least get that extra utility. No, you'll give away an ultimate orb, and these players able to escape.
Unfortunately, their player really just didn't think that the jet will be pushed up so much towards CT, really just thinking that they were still sticking towards stairs. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor. Now, once again, New England with a 4-0 lead. I mean, UMass is really going to have to fight to get this back.
That's the
Once
issue.
again. Oh, go on, sorry.
I was going to say, it's the fact that there's kind of this momentum that we were talking about on Haven. It's really came in towards it, an effect for New England Tech Tigers on Ascent. Like, fair enough, UMass were able to get the momentum going on Haven, but it was easy for them. They were on the attack. Now in a much more balanced map, you're seeing New England Tech Tigers actually do more.
Now, oh, a beautiful pick coming on from Neo. A beautiful tap onto Psycho, but Jules gets the trade out on them. Jules able to get a second there. We're going to see if they're able to keep up this momentum. A third. 2 players left on the team, but now Jules is low. Gonna send out a dart, but once again, just hits the wall, unable to really connect with where it's supposed to be. Now, Fluff Dog able to get a beautiful headshot onto Serious George. Another one onto the KJ.
Exactly. 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where Jules is. There is a haunt available if they really want to, but Jules has found 4. On for the ace, but with such low HP, 6 to be exact, they are able to see where Fluff Dog goes. There is the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, which is going to be popped. They're not going to find it as they look for the default position. Nothing in terms of information at all. Or maybe that's a lie. There's 1 ping, the spike's already down. Moving ever so slowly up on towards the site. Fluff Dog moves in towards the window position. Jules not even checking it. And as they go by, they get taken out.
Unfortunately, just not checking that corner, not deciding to check window. And that's where they lost that round. That is genuinely where we see how that could have been prevented. But at the same time, we do have to give to the fact that Jules was such low HP. I mean, really, one tap and you're out. Now, on the side of New England, we're going to have 4 ultimates online as well as the Fade. I think a Fade ult being top could really just keep up this momentum, keep UMass at bay. Now, I do want to see a little bit more action with the Fade and Raze. Oh, there we go. I love to see the Suck Nade combo from Fade and Raze. My brain completely blanked there for a second.
Yeah. No, I mean, there hasn't been much in terms of the Haunt. Sorry, the Haunt. It's not the Haunt. It's the Seas and Paint Shells combo. But the thing is, though, is like, while that is a massive. Oh my god, nice shots. GML just dashes in the wrong time as the alarm bot clicks the head, and so does Psycho. My goodness gracious me, it's all falling apart for New England Tech Tigers, and you wouldn't think so, or think that this would happen. Not on an eco. The player's going to get caught out by that 0-point knife, and now Psycho holds down mid. As they can find the head, they can't. They're going to have to give up that position. Naze takes out Jules as they try to get aggressive and support the player. Just sitting in towards CT. Now as the slow push goes in towards A, there is going to be Psycho. Nightfall used, a ping coming out, so know exactly where the player is, or do they? The ping just missing out. It's Bear using the ultimate to clear the space, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 4. A Hunter's Fury in pocket, and well, honestly, any of these guns need to kind of come up dubs here for the New England Tech Tigers. The upgraded weaponry, 1 player below as the players drop. Can they find the player? No, they can. It's all turning into trades, and now Neosticks has to use the ultimate to win this out, but the problem is if they do, they're going to give away their position. Well, they do it now, and now look at these players already looking to jump on towards the spike as they wait for the last ping. Yes, there it is. Their time might be too low for Neosticks to get close. They can't even get close. It won't be a 50 round for UMass. Beacons white, and only 1 player gets the rifle through.
UMass able to get around on the board. This is really something that they've been fighting for, and now they're going to use that to their advantage. They're really just going to try to get their mental up as much as possible, because I'm sure right now, being in a 0-5 situation really puts a strain on that. So once they see this 1 round on the board, they're going to see, what did we do right that round? What can we continue to do to keep this momentum up, to keep getting these rounds? Now, we are going to see Psycho, once again, most likely choose not to buy a gun, instead save money and go in with their ultimate, the Jet Knives.
Yeah, it just saves up a little bit more. Able to buy 1 more player. Oh, the double up draft. They just saw 1 player outside of A main, but is that enough to maybe call a rotate, call someone elsewhere? New England Tech Tigers have really made a lot of kind of importance towards this mid presence that they've been putting every single time. They put the GML, yes, on towards a position where they can move in towards mid with the smoke and an owl drone to support. Mio just not wanting to move forward this time. They're looking towards assaulting in towards A short. Spike though is on B.
Mio definitely gave up their position. They're just shooting off a couple shots into the smoke, see if they could tap anyone at all, but unfortunately they weren't able to. Instead, they just kind of put themselves at a disadvantage, showing that, hey, we are here. Now we are going to see some Astral Stars go down. Immediately some smokes as they try to push in as quickly as possible. The jet coming in from, or the dash, sorry, coming in from JML, but Jules shuts it down, no questions asked. Oh, Nade's able to get a beautiful 2K right there. There, KJ able to get a pick with the Molly.
Last player standing.
Oh no. 1 versus 2 and Mio stuck out in towards. Oh no, they don't get the jet. Oh, they don't get the blast packs off in time. Jetting off in towards main, they get caught out. So well played. I mean, the general play of UMass Beacon White is the fact that they were able to have those crossfires. I mean, it was perfect for them.
Right, now once again, I think that UMass really decided after winning that first round, being like, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? Let's adjust, let's fix as quickly as possible so they can continue to get these rounds on the board. Now we do see New England start to finally struggle now with their economy. Psycho is actually going to bring out the op on the side of UMass, which will be interesting. See if they're able to do any damage with that. And immediately off the bat, they are shutting down Mio.
Massive first pick there. The operator finally coming through now. And that's the big thing. I mean, the fact that they can just hold down one angle is almost like a sentry turret, just completely wiping players out in one bullet. You need to either overload or push the Jet off of those angles, but in terms of flashes, New England Tech Tigers don't have any, and that could be the issue. Maybe you could use a Seize Nade combo, but I mean, realistically, you've got to have lineups for that. Although Jules just oversteps one bit too much as the players look towards moving in towards B.
Now Jet is going to have their knives online, and the Cosmic Divide, sorry, on the side of New England is going to be ready to pop at any given moment, but so will the KJ ult on the side of UMass. Left Dog backing up just a little bit, deciding to give it a little bit more space, kind of figuring out where they're going, since we do have some New England players down in mid. JML with a shorty, or a Bucky, sorry. Serious George able to get the pick onto Neo.
It's a massive pick there. Shuts down everything. The hunt did come through just to gain the information, but the alarm bot's probably even bigger. That exactly tells where players are. We are not going to see the spike go down just yet, but we need to see it soon, especially with this lockdown coming in. This is going to really pose a problem. The player's going to have to evacuate site. Or maybe not. Maybe they could play from the back. There's just that little space there. And there is also going to be an ult command. 2 versus 2. Is the player, or one of the players, just detained? No! It's down to 1 versus 1. The operator's there. Psycho, you could easily find this. But it has to pick up a Vandal, take time. Serious George has to be rezzed as well, so at least they have the person advantage. Although Nade's going to swing out, finds that kill onto Psycho. The time, not great. Serious George jumps, but jumps at the wrong time. What a massive clutch from Nades.
A great round on the side of New England Tech Tigers. Super impressive there. Super unfortunate, honestly, that Serious George jumped just at that wrong time. But I do think that the fact that they were able to get the reds off of Serious George really helped them a bit there. Unfortunately, though, the round still went to New England.
Wow. The clutch factor just sometimes can be that factor that wins you the rounds, wins you the game, pushes your team onward. You can't rely on it. Yes, it might win you a game. Yes, you might find a couple of rounds from it, but it's not something that can win you leagues, win you seasons. Be that championship player, yes, but I mean, you need all the other players to help in and support. Realistically, though, New England Tech Tigers don't have that problem at the moment. What they do have a problem is there's one player in towards Wine Cellar, that being the KO, Serious George not being found out, and there's 2 players in towards me, and they can easily find ourselves in a position where a swing could be really deadly, and here it is. The swing comes through, finds 2 players and shuts out A main. The players now moving through from New England Tech Tigers in towards short, but it might be too little, too late. Although they are going elsewhere, and this is a nice positioning. Serious George gets taken out. The fact that they're now looking to assault in towards Heaven, they've realised the spacing that they're in, or even they could go out the other side. This is a thrifty. Gern at least gets 1 back. It's 3 versus 2, but all the players for UMass are on A.
30 seconds left.
Deciding to switch sides here, decide to switch sides. Immediately, UMass going in for a quick rotate as quick as possible, going in at different angles as well, keeping 1 on A, or 2 on A, sorry, just in case. As soon as they see that the spike is being initiated, though, as soon as it's getting planted, they decide to switch over. Now, Jet is going to be the closest one towards them. We do have to keep in mind, though, that the Jet on the side of New England is at half health.
With that Jet being so low, need to be accurate, can't be missing gunfights. The players just giving away everything right now with the way that they're stomping about. Fluff Dog, the paranoia goes away at the perfect time. It's a complete shutout. 7-2, the scoreline.
A beautiful flurry of kills there happening on the side of New England Tech Tigers, securing the round for them. Once again, we see that they're taking this momentum. They let UMass get these 2 rounds, and now they're just pulling back as quickly as possible, trying to figure out a way to adjust before we eventually switch on sides again. Of course, we still do have a bit of time to figure that out, to nail everything down, and really just secure a lead.
I mean, the fact that there is still 3 rounds, I mean, it could end 7-5, but UMass, oh, this is it. This is where they're going to start to be aggressive, but they just miss out. Unfortunately, Psycho not able to find the kills that they needed to. And while there's going to be GML chasing the players on towards the site, Psycho gets found. There is that flash drive, but Mio from elsewhere, the short pinch coming through. And this is where it is going to be that position for New England Tech Tigers to get the spike down. Although, even more aggression from me. Oh, it gets punished. Spike down, 4 versus 3, only 1 player advantage.
Fortunately for New England, the Psycho will have the op out of their hands, as well as Psycho being put down in the early part of this round. Now, It's Bear is going to have an Odin. That's something we've seen. Some irregular guns that we're not used to seeing. Now, Neo going in with a pretty good lineup to try to get some information, but it gets shut down immediately as the dart gets destroyed. Nades! Getting them down before they're able to make it on the site now.
Ah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. GML finds Jules, and that is now putting them in a position 8-2. 2 more rounds, and New England Tech Tigers could probably win this in some really early rounds. You're looking potentially, if the New England Tech Tigers get to 10, win a pistol. I mean, it's them on match point, especially when you look towards that anti-eco. But at the same time, anti-ecos have been won by the team on lesser weaponry in this series, so let's not count them out just yet.
Right. Now, once again, the economy, they're just trying to save here as much as they can. We get some players revealed right now. They're checking these corners, making sure that everything is clear before they fully commit. Now, the 100th Fury going online on the side of Jules. Not really able to do too much damage there, but Mio is able to get a beautiful pick.
God. Paint shells going off again. It's just that delay. It's just that factor that they just can't contest with. The judge is there to do the work if they really want to, and they are going to do it now, completely taking the players by surprise. Series judge at least gets that, but GML's there to sweep up 9-2.
Wow, almost a flawless victory on the side of New England, and the remaining 4 players were at full health, if I am correct. They were just able to get into that site and just shut it down as quickly as possible. And, you know, really just mow down the enemy team.
Yeah, it's crazy how much this is really kind of flipped on its head. Realistically, it's went from one extreme to the next. UMass all over New England Tech Tigers in that last series, but now moving on towards Ascent. It's been all New England Tech Tigers, but at the same time, the comp is very attacker focused. How will that look like on a defense? But at the same time, you could say that about UMass Beacons White and the fact that they have a sentinel and they're not even able to protect the site. Although for this time, they're able to get the first pick, and it is going to be on towards Nades, who's been a massive factor in this win.
That's the controller. That's the controller down on the side of New England. They're going to be out of these smokes now. On the other hand, It's Bear still alive and well on the side of UMass. Jules is just going to be stuck in this corner in Boathouse for a minute, just waiting for people to swing. Their KJ, though, able to get someone down with the Stinger. JML going for a bit of a wide swing here. Oh, a beautiful dash coming in right after getting that pick.
Exactly, dashing out already. Now look at Psycho repositioning in towards main because they thought the push was coming in from short. That's a massive spot, and they've cleared it all the way out, so they know it's not going to be an A push. They know that that was just taking contact, and as they move on towards B, there's not much in terms of information. Yes, the Sova's there close by, but they're not looking directly, and they will just now. There is that info dart about to come out. Gern at least gets on towards GML. The last pack dash is not quite working out. Neo gets the trade, but they're on 16 HP. This is going to have to be a masterclass, a mechanical ability that is going to have to come through in boatloads. And speaking of boatloads, they've repositioned in towards Boathouse. The lockdown comes through and has reached all the way in towards backside. Neo needs to win this within the first 5 seconds of this ultimate, or it is going to be all over. The players just wait patiently and they're going to get detained. It's all but over. There will at least be a 9-3 half between New England Tech Tigers and UMass Beacons White.
The 9-3 curse, though, we will have to take that into consideration as we move into the next half. This could honestly change tides, especially now that we have UMass attacking.
It really is going to be an interesting one because this pistol round is really big for the 9-3 curse, as been alluded to. If we do see New England Tech Tigers win out this pistol, which they've been pretty decent at so far, then you're looking at an 11% win rate for UMass Beacons White to come up against. And that's how important these pistol rounds can be when it comes to this 9-3 curse. And on top of that, it's also just about bridging that gap, getting as close as possible to New England Tech Tigers and making them sweat. Well, already the 5 players are going straight on towards A. Paint shells to come out and a lovely haunt as well.
We really see if this 9-3 curse is true going into this next half. Now, UMass is going to immediately decide to back off, see it wasn't worth it, after seeing that those paint shells come out as well as the haunt that, you know, exposed pretty much all of them there. Now they're going to go in for a fast retake, going through their spawn. Their Sova is going to be low, which puts them at a bit of a disadvantage, considering the fact that it is so early into this round.
On top of that, we have to consider that Sova looking out and towards A was just listening for the footsteps to hear if there's any over-rotates. There's only one player on B, and remember, UMass are very execute-focused as they look to already get in. Fast rotates from New England Tech Tigers, and they're looking to do this once again. Just deny the site. GML only on a frenzy. What can they find? Well, at least one. The trade comes through straight away from Serious George and getting that spike down. But elsewhere, we've already got 4 players in towards Market. A bust out because... well, maybe not a bust out. Maybe it's going to be just fights elsewhere. In towards mid. That Sova got at least a couple. Jules doing their work. 3 versus 2. And the gunfights continue. Serious George just spams. He gets Mio. Now in a 1 versus 3. Nate looking to potentially lose their team the round. Will they have rounds to play with? Can they afford to lose this one? Well, we'll need to find out as UMass Beacons still yet to lose this. The 0.9 finds and hits the Astra. The flank's coming through. The Jet's just waiting. They're going to miss their timing, but they're not going to miss the timing on the spike. It's ready to blow, and we're just waiting for it to go. There it is.
I was going to say, it really was an unlucky situation there for New England Tech because, I mean, what are you really going to do in that situation? You can either pick off these players and get these kills, but will you have enough time to defuse the spike? Now, if you want to go straight towards the spike and try to defuse it as quick as possible, are you going to run into these 3 players? You don't know where they are. You don't know where they're hiding. Are they on site? You know, I think backside of B is really, really, really something that you need to clear before you fully commit to a site, because that is where people tend to lurk, where they tend to hide, where they tend to really get these picks from the back and then just able to really switch it over.
I think on top of that, the fact that, like, when we think back to Haven, right, when we think back to UMass Beacons White and how they attacked Haven, especially on the C site, from what I remember, is like it would just be a full send up C long with one player lurking outside of garage. Like there was a little bit of a diversity, but there wasn't much, if that makes sense. It wasn't like it was crazy, and it's the exact same that UMass Beacons White are playing for when they're playing in these games right now. So if it continues like that on the B side, if it's only one attack, then very quickly New England Tech Tigers will learn that, right, hey, let's just contact mid, wait for this flank, get that player, then they're already at an advantage, and they can just focus on what's in front of them and fragging out. But UMass Beacons White, well, they've got the advantage now in terms of the economy, in terms of the buys, so they need to focus on what's in front of them and see what they can find out on this ascent map.
Now, since UMass was able to get that round on the board, we could see if the 3-9 curse is going to work out. Of course, this could change at any minute. You know, some say it's a myth. Now, it's Bear going to run directly face-to-face with Fluff Dog, but Psycho actually gets him down before they're even able to make contact.
Well, they're already through. So, no, Mio with a short A. They try to bring out the paint shells, but don't bring out utility when you have to fight. Unfortunately, the spike will go down. The players at least trying to knife out this door, but there's going to be the fragment to deny the space that they're going to open up straight away. The angle at least will be there, but no, they go to fight in towards Heaven. 2 players up there, and they're going to detect them straight away. These players are ready. Gern from the flank is what we're expecting. Jules as well. They're not being isolated, they're just being waited for. The patience is unreal. Spear finds GML, and it's a complete shutdown. Nades left in towards short, and no, there it has it, all she wrote.
A really unfortunate round there on the side of New England Tech. Now, It's funny because the Astra just decided to completely ignore the bot that was set down by the KJ, instead just try to go for kills on players. And of course, that little bit of extra damage from the turret really does affect how that game is going to go, how that 1v2 situation is going to go. Now, it wasn't really in Nades' favor in the first place, which is unfortunate, but I will have to give them props considering the fact that they're going 18-4 right now on a controller.
Here we are. The season A's combo, Nade combo that you're looking for doesn't get anybody. And with that being said, right now, Fluff Dog has somehow managed to take the space in towards Wayne. Remember, we've seen this before. The fragment does come through, but it completely misses, and this is a problem. This is a serious problem, and Fluff Dog looking to be that problem. They're all waiting and looking down. They do have this 0-point knife, the 0-point knife, although the swing comes through. Fluff Dog not hitting it. Serious George cutting them down. That was an upgrade. That's space lost. The players on A now have to re-clear that and find out if there's anybody there. They'll do it. They'll find that there's nobody close. And they're just going to have to go and pick up these rifles. Needs elsewhere is taking space. Found two, maybe even more. As they try and knife peek in towards the fight, the paranoia gets Nays, but they're going to get another. Taking one to go with them. Spear finding Mio, and it's just continuous carnage through this. But Spear's trying to get the spike in towards the site as the spam comes through. They'll be able to pick up that bando and now go on towards site where their comrade waits with open arms. Now having to set this up for a post plant that needs to win.
We're going to see some utility thrown out immediately. I noticed that we went from a 4-4 situation to now a 2-2 situation. So they are definitely keeping each other on their toes right now. The KO ultimate coming out right now. Unfortunately, very unable to connect with the Jet's head there.
As this no command pings away, they're giving away their position, and this is a massive issue. Again, the players drop, and they've completely walked by each other. It's like ships in the night, and with ships in the night, there's not much you can see, and they're not going to see the player from behind. GML gets Serious George, but look at this time. They have to get on towards the spike. They'll tap it, they'll find it Spear, but there's not much time for them to win this round. They've already done enough, and that's 6 for UMass Beacons White, and that was a bonus round.
Wow, that from going to 9-3 to 9-6 so quickly, I think is really impressive. They're really just able to hold that side off for as long as they possibly could. I'd noticed we went from 4-4 to 2-2 to 1-1. Really just putting up a fight as much as they can, just trying to get these rounds back on the board for UMass. They don't want to go out without a fight. They are currently, they won the last map, so if they win this map, if they bring it back, then it'll be serious for them.
Get out of my way.
I mean, this could really be the problem with the fact that UMass Beacons White is getting so much momentum in this half. The fact that they win that bonus, I mean, that's the real kind of worrier for New England Tech Tigers, and they've got to find a way to win. I mean, they've done it before with Frenzies and the likes. They've seen them do the damage, but they were never able to quite get it over the line. It's just that kind of like initially, oh, we got 3 rifles, there's a little bit of economy damage. We're at least bringing UMass back a bit, but not by much. Jet with the Blade Storm already looking to push mid. There's Neo kind of doing the jiggle peek with the knife, but they're not finding much. In terms of New England Tech Tigers, they seem to at least think that this is some sort of execute coming through, but they're not finding much in terms of information, so they're not really moving that much. All the time being the players moving through mid. That's a massive pickup, but it's not much in terms of the actual guns. It's only in terms of the general numbers as Nades at least gets 2 back. Oh no, Gern will completely swipe them out. It's a 3 versus 2, but the Sova of Jules is in towards the B site. They're going to try and get this spike down, but time's low. Gern's going to have to go massive. At least Jules gets a trade. The blast pack's not quite working out. GML trades it. It's down to a 1 versus 1. There is a rifle to be had, and they're just going to hold the defuse, and they can. If pros don't fake Jules, oh no, GML. They just came off it as Jules drops down. They'll find the kill anyway, and they'll find a round for New England Tech Tigers.
New England England able to finally bring it back and get one round back under their belt in this half. If I remember correctly, they didn't have any until this round. They didn't have any rounds on the board during this half. Now, GML is going to have their ultimate online with the Jet Knives as well as the Cosmic Divide. We've seen the Cosmic Divide really come in handy these past couple rounds, especially on the B side. I don't think we've seen it used towards A quite yet. So far, it looks like they will be trying to go for a B side push as Spike, as KJ is on B side. They will be met with a Raze and the Sova most likely.
Yeah. And on top of that, the Cosmic Divide is massive. The ultimates we haven't seen much of this half just yet as we start to build into this. We're like kind of just about to hit the first ultimate cycle for this economy. And with this cycle, we need to see how this kind of works out for the UMass Beacons White. If the Cosmic Divide goes down, they can still clear out the site with the lockdown, like we're going to see here. Remember, there's that player at the back of the site, and it is that Raze of Mio. They do have paint shells, but it looks as if they're just going to bide their time and wait. JML takes out Psycho. Does Mio go for this? Oh, they are. They're going to go for it, but it's not to be advised. They're going to get detained. That's a trade right there, straight away. The spike going down. Already the frags and the flurries come through the fire and war. And as the bullets fly, the lead flies. There is going to be the ultimates coming through. The Cosmic Divide that you talked about earlier is going to push the last remaining player up the back site in towards a position where they can fight and actually trade out. But Nades trades out the players themselves. There's the owl drone. The tap on towards the spike takes out Jules as they try to peek to deny it. It is going to be an 11 for New England Tech Tigers, and they've found a form on this half.
It's good.
Right, that momentum, that Astra ultimate, really just helping them retake the site, blocking off that backside there. As we know, people tend to hide there. We're going to see some momentum growing now with New England Tech Tigers. And wow, can I talk about this knife skin for a second? Absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, I don't know if it's my favorite.
Really?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I don't know. I don't even know what is my favorite, to be honest. I don't really.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I like just like the Champions Vandal skin, which Needs actually has on. I think that's like my favorite. That or the Chaos Vandal. I think that's like my two big ones.
Oh, Prelude to Chaos, the blue variant. Now enough about skin. It's back into the game. Nades here setting up some stars. It looks like Serious Store just gonna try to get the height advantage to see if he could peek this corner just a little bit.
One suppressed.
There is going to be one suppressed, and it is Mio at the back of the site. Psycho having that information. There is terror trails on towards the site, but Jules, well, they're elsewhere. Out in towards short, brings out the utility at the worst possible moment, and Fluff Dog gets that trade. It's down to a 3 versus 3, but the advantage is in towards the attackers, so they can at least do something with that as the players try to escape out towards main though. GML will do what they want with their lives. That's 3 gone. Psycho now has to clutch up, but won't even get the opportunity. New England Tech Tigers quicker on the retake and quicker in finding the next round.
Once again, here we go with 3 in a row for New England Tech. This is going to bring us to match point now. They're having a 6-round advantage on top of UMass. Really going to be hard for them to climb back. But once again, this is an attacker-based map. Or sorry, defenders-based map. I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is what it is. Now looking at this, it's 12-6 scoreline. I mean, the next 6 rounds going to be massively important. Gern now having to use a Spectre, a couple of players on light shields, as well as a Bulldog being bought. The buy's not completely great, and on top of that, they're not even UMass Beacons White at the most ultimates either. I mean, New England Tech Tigers has 3 big ones: the Blade Storm, Nightfall, and the Hunter's Fury. In terms of retakes, there's not much more you could ask for at this moment in time. It seems as if it is going to be a real slow take by UMass. Psycho at least tries to get aggressive. They're going to be taken down low, but so is Fluff Dog. Does that think that interaction? I think they don't know if the Prowler quite had enough HP. I'll tell you what, neither does their opponent.
Now Nades is going to push up through Garden just a little bit. Mio Able pushing off of Generator with that blast back, but unfortunately just goes straight into the line of fire. Now, here we go. Cycle able to shoot down nades like it's not any problem at all. Now, the problem is that is going to put New England at a bit of a disadvantage here because Astra has been their top fragger. Oh, GML able to get 2 picks right now. But there goes the Hunter's Fury. Dashing up above, but there we go.
Lovely.
Another round for UMass, not letting them win this map just yet.
Yeah, exactly. GML really doing good work, but on top of that, I mean, the problem is when you have those kind of safety nets, these Hunter's Furies that come online, especially in the middle of fights, I mean, it puts you in such a good spot for that post plant, and it's something that New England Tech Tigers had to adapt to, which they didn't. So now, in terms of what New England Tech Tigers have in their pocket, they have even more ultimates than last time. This is, again, another issue that they have to deal with. The Blade Storm being used by GML, and they're just going to jiggle peek in towards A main. If it's Bear peaks too wide, then they can easily find the kills. Here we go, the dash being used, but no head to be found. They're going to drop that door and actually break it so that they can't actually deny the lines of sight. That's a nice little tactic that New England Tech Tigers are bringing out.
This is going to force them to rotate, as it looks like they just start to go to B. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to push through mid or if they're just going to decide to go through their spawn. It might be, honestly, a split up as we see their Sova kind of push towards Cat just a little bit, just peeking, making sure that everything is clear. Now, will they be met with the Fade is the question. The Fade tends to back up towards Tree just a little bit, though.
Now, as these players start to lurk outside of main, what is the read from New England Tech Tigers? Well, the positioning is more heavy towards B. The Spike not fully committed, and this is the thing. It seems as if UMass Beacons White are fully just doubting themselves at this moment in time. Psycho's just going to run in, and so is Gern. We are going to see the showstopper, but it doesn't quite grab the players. The shotty comes through, and they're just going to completely wipe out these players now. The Spike finally makes it on towards sight. Psycho reloading the shotty, and they know that there's a player close by. New England Tech Tigers on this equal haven't got much done, but they've at least got 1 kill. Make that 2 after GML finds Jules. Fluff Dog, let's get down. This is somewhat winnable, somewhat doable, but not when you just walk into the lines of sight of the 2 defendants, or the 2 defendants, the 2 attacking players.
UMass able to live another day on this map as they keep denying New England from winning this map. They really just want to keep it under their belt as much as possible because once again, if they're able to come back and beat New England out, that is game. Now, we do have 3 ultimates online on both teams here now. 2 of them being initiators, 1 being controller on the side of New England. So that's a lot of information. That's a lot of intel, especially considering the fact that Fade tells you how many people that she's able to deafen and really stun there. Now, Psycho going in for a pretty aggressive push right off the bat, pushing up Catwalk like it's no big deal. And he's going to be met with GML, but GML decides to back off a little bit as well. It's Fluff.
The Spike's still outside of the kind of A main position, so realistically when you look toward this position, and it is going to be what we think is an A main push, or an A push in sight. But the thing is though, when you look towards what New England Tech have done, they've left the A site very, very bare, but they're doing the work elsewhere. They opt getting the shot through mid, and Fluff Dog getting one of their own. Me oh my goodness God. Me oh my. They don't find the kill. They don't find the opportunity. It looks as if the Spike is going to be ferried elsewhere, and looks as if it's going to go towards more B.
New England is at a number advantage here, and we're going to see if that really has an effect because, once again, they are at match point. 30 seconds left on the clock, and you know, UMass really just hasn't committed to a specific site yet. It looks like they want to go towards B, but Spike isn't there. 30 seconds left on the clock. Actually make that around 20 at this point. We do have the Joy Ultimate online, though, which will definitely have some. But Nade's able to mow 3 down, giving them a flawless victory and closing out this game.
Massive, massive frags there from Nades. I mean, the fact that they were able to get those kills and push us now onto a 3rd map is something that I'm so excited for.
I really think that it was impressive that UMass was able to hold them off from winning the game as long as they did. I want to say that was 3 rounds. I could be wrong, but they really just put up the fight. They really locked in, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. They weren't able to hold on to really counteract that.
Big time. But I'll tell you something you can't counteract. It's this break coming up. We're going to be back in 5 minutes as we get ready for that last map. And well, we'll find a winner of this series. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is NECC Monday Night Valorant. I'm Cairo and I'm joined by Aislinn. How's it going? I think. Sorry, I think you might have been muted there. Sorry, but what I was going to say is the fact that these two teams have had a banger of a best of three. I don't know if the stream, if that was what you're saying, the stream knows, but I'll tell you something. The fact that this best of three coming up goes all the way to a final map is something to be really interested in.
All right, sorry about that. Am I back?
Yes, you're back. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Yes, so the first map ended up going to UMass. Second one now going to New England Tech. And now we're going to see what happens in this third map. Both teams have really built up the momentum, just really bringing us back into the game. We're going to see a tough fight here.
Oh, 100% we're going to see a tough fight. Now on to what you would imagine a more even kind of map, because as you go through the general map pool for both teams to ban out, they end up on a map that both teams are happy on, which does happen to be Icebox.
Icebox, I know that it gets a lot of hate, but for me, I really don't understand. I think it's such an interesting map with such high up places, high up sites, sorry. Of course, on A, you have Tube, and then on B, you also have Tube.
Yeah, exactly. I think as well within Icebox as a whole, it can be really tough for the kind of B players, because it becomes really execute focused as well. We saw it already on Haven. We saw some of that on Ascent, but moving on towards Icebox, it really can just be rinse and repeat for some teams. And I remember one time, it was all the way back when Icebox had just came out, we got 12 rounds of an A execute, which was a little bit interesting, but hey, let's hope we don't get much of it this time.
Right, now we are going to see a lot of a different team composition coming in as we move on to such a different map. And we see Viper come in as well as a Sage. Sage isn't something we've seen at all during these couple games, so it'll be interesting the fact that both teams, are running them.
Yeah, now moving in towards this, looking at the comps, C's and E's combo between Jules and Psycho, the kind of fade and Raze synergies will be massive in terms of defending, because you can deny just the general areas and stuff like that. Is there anything else that you could pick up from the comps that we saw?
Also a Viper pick. Viper is so valuable on a map like Icebox. There's so much room for her to throw down that massive wall to really separate the site, separate players and teams, so that they're able to really get the spike down or defuse the spike. It really is just a great barrier.
Yeah, it really can be, just denying those lines of sight. And I think Viper is also a blessing and a curse, because while you can cover long lines of sight and long areas, you also miss out on the fact that once that wall's down, you can't pick it back up. So there won't be like your Omens where you can, say for instance, maybe fake in towards a little bit of an A and then go towards a B. So maybe the Viper wall might give away the positions of the attack if it does come from the New England Tech Tigers.
Right. I remember whenever I first started picking up Viper in this game, I would accidentally put my wall down too low, so it only have about, 3 feet of space that actually it covers. So of course, it's so frustrating to not be able to pick up that wall and move it where you need to. But of course, that is an advantage for the enemy team. Imagine if you could pick up the wall. That would be absolutely disastrous. That would be such a broken character.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that you could pick up and then re-hit already, there has been a haunt. And look at the fact that UMass Beacons White have already bit into this. They're rotating so quickly and already contesting. Jules finds GML.
Right, so much Viper util coming online here as we have the Molly as well as the smoke, the Vipers. Oh, there we go. Mio and Neo. Both with 2 great picks there.
Big time. Getting those picks, the wall down the barrier rob. And now when we look towards this, the spike already trying to be initiated. Psycho finds Fluff Dog and Mio. Takes out Serious George now. Psycho just trying to see what they can find in terms of peeking out. The info dart will give away the position. They see the shoulder of Mio, but the Sova will take that kill.
Mio really getting 3 kills on a pistol round is something not to bat an eye at by any means. Now, as we move into this next round, I'd say that they are pretty much at both an equal advantage, both teams here.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to be choosing to go for an A push.
Ready.
Yeah. Already looking towards the push, and I think with a stack that's already been brought up, players already looking to maybe think elsewhere and go towards B. I like to stack on A. It's a little bit of a gamble stack though, that's the problem. Info dart already out, and the players looking to start to take the space back, which they had forfeited, and they're not finding much back. It looks like it is going to be another B hit, and the players already looking to get that spike down for completely free.
Mio gonna use the camera to his advantage as he flies in, unable to ping anyone, unfortunately, but he definitely caught some information that can be very valuable. Now, the Sage Wall is gonna go up. Mio with the Stinger, able to shut down the dog.
Prowler's now being sent out, all used up. The tap on towards the spike. Here comes the C's. 2 players drop low. There's a barrier orb elsewhere, so they can't actually contest. They need to try and get aggressive, but it's Spear just coming round with the shorties. They can't break down the wall. They can't get close. It is going to be a thrifty round, and UMass Beacon's right answer back.
That was 3 kills with the shorty. Absolutely amazing to see, but now the rounds are even a 1v1 situation here. Each team's, like I said, not gonna let any other, gonna let any rounds go easy. They're not gonna let them slip from their hands.
Oh, with the amount that we're able to get done there, the fact that we're able to get this work in towards such a... The fact that they put it in such a position where the barrier orb was placed down, I mean, trying to contest around yellow made it so awkward. The Viper coming through did the work, fantastic. Recon bolt already destroyed, and well, it tells you that it is going to be an A push. This has been very quick rotates from UMass Beacon's White to try and contest in towards the site. New England Tech Tigers not reading into that too much, and still going to stay out on Maze. Here comes the L drone.
Serious George able to get a hit with that drone, and we see both Viper walls up. Now they are eventually going to run out of the steam and eventually have to drop. And there we go immediately as I said that, the walls drop. Now Serious George is going to be hiding behind box right here. Oh, that was nasty.
Lovely kill. Psycho coming in to aid, and well, I don't think there'll be much aid for this round. There is one player left, it's Mio. And what can they realistically get done with just a Marshal? This is... I hope in hell there's going to be a miracle that needs to come through here. They get the opportunity, but it's very, very fleeting. A flawless round indeed for the UMass Beacon's White after winning out that thrifty last round.
Now this is 2 rounds back to back with Jules. We're going to see if this is an actual momentum thing or if it's, you know, something that they're going to let slip from their hands now. Both teams are going to buy pretty much full, except for the fact that we do have a Spectre on the side of Serious George. Serious George is going to be holding the Spectre right now, but he is going to have 6K dollars? I don't know the currency in Valorant. Credits. There we go. 6 straight credits that he'll be able to use in the next couple rounds. Once again, it looks like we could be going towards A again. We have the Viper wall up on the side of UMass. They're just waiting patiently to figure out if this site will be best to fully commit to.
Now, as they slowly creep up in contact, try not to give away as much information as possible. The Sova is obviously there, and we are going to get the room, but just clearing out some more space in towards that maze position. Nobody quite giving away much yet as the Sova tries to knife peek, shoulder peek their way through. There's obviously the L drone in pocket that they can use. Those shots, though, have just given away the position. The jig might be up for these players on site. They've not bit into it too much just yet as the line across the map still standing strong. That info dart not placed where they want to. The fact that it's been destroyed gives the information at least 2 players are there. Now there's a full 5 stack just waiting behind the mask. They're going to finally destroy it, but do they pull the trigger on the execution? Not just yet. Look at this, the mid space already starting to be taken away, and there is a Viper to
30
contact
seconds
up
left.
there. They're seeing where Serious George is. Fluff Dog not pulled the trigger yet, and here we go. Finally, it might be a dash in from GML. They're going to find the first player. There goes Serious George. A second close by as GML repositions. Gern at least gets one to trade it out. Nades on this. Luck gets caught, but they found one of their own. It stays in a 3 versus 2 person advantage to New England Tech Tigers. As we see the snake bites do the work, they deny the spike. They don't have the time to get it down. We have seen UMass Beacon win out the round already on time alone.
Wow, a third round on the side of UMass as they were just able to demolish the team there. It's Bear really pulling his weight there. Absolutely rolling through them. I mean, I can't even sugarcoat it. 4 kills so early on is absolutely something fantastic for the side of UMass.
I can't believe that. Bear places the snake bites to perfection, and rather than getting off or repositioning for the spike plant, the Jet tries to GML, gets the first 2 picks and just kind of holds it. Tries to stick it. And sometimes, yes, I understand pros don't fake, but sometimes you just need to let it go. That's a lovely info dart as well that just gives away Bear's position. A lot of presence being put towards mid. Gern at least gets one. Jules helping out. It's been a complete bloodbath for the time being. And well, how do you respond to this?
It's currently a 5v3 situation right now, and Raze is going to have an op in their hand. Fluff Dog able to even the tides just a little bit by getting that 1 pick onto Jules. We're going to see if they're able to take this and completely roll with it. The shock dart, unfortunately missing, I think. I'm not sure if I saw it connect there. Immediately, Sage Wall going up just to protect them for a little bit longer. The drone goes out.
You will not
Location
kill
revealed
my
and
ally.
slowed.
Rez coming through on towards Nade at least brings the man count up towards a decent position. GML and Nade's helping out there, and they've managed to gain it in towards a positive position. Psycho now with the op doesn't want to engage at too close an angle just because of, well, we know how it goes. It's Bear though, gets far too close to Nades, and now Psycho has the world against them. Spike down and time ticking away. They have to somehow re-enter in towards the site. Would they rather save the op? Would they rather save what is a massive investment for this round towards the next? It certainly looks likely as they're not getting much back in their favour where they can engage off of. They're going to have to make a decision, and that decision is to just tuck tail and flee from what is in front of them.
Right, I don't even think they're going to play for any picks here, but there is going to be the Viper that's going to be possibly coming his way. Never mind, he decides to go join his teammates on this B site as they start to spread out now. Psycho is really just in a tough position with the op. We're going to see if he's able to get one more pick before he goes out, but it's not really looking that way. A thrifty round coming from New England Tigers.
That is unfortunate for the UMass Beacons White. The fact that Rez came through, I mean, it's such a big investment on a thrifty round, but I mean, the fact that they make it work is massive. On top of that, Psycho not being able to engage with a rifle, the fact that with the op, I mean, they somehow felt restrained, restricted, because they had invested so much in towards the round. But at least they can still continue to buy up in towards this one and put themselves in a position to win out the round once again.
Now here we are once again going back to A. We have 2 Viper walls up at the moment. It's Bear just slowly making their way. We have the attacker Killjoy's ultimate coming online. The lockdown actually gets destroyed off the bat. Really just unfortunately a waste of an ult there, but honestly it's not their fault. Now Mio's able to get the pick onto Jules. That's an intel character down.
Now, that's a 4 versus 4. Fade at least down, but there is obviously still Sova in the back lines. Oh no. Running away, not even checking the corners. Nades on that luck, that's massive. Spike is in towards B, and all the players are, well, that's what they're focused on. The potential execute that can be coming their way. There is a Sage, and well, look at this. Gern not even saw. Neither is Nades. they could really give away this round just by this one luck. The showstopper has come out. What can Psycho find? Not much. Just needs to shut them down. Gern at least gets the trade, but it's down to a 2 versus 3. The ultimate is still available in the Viper's Pit and the res. SBL just waiting. Do they swing off of this res? No, they don't. They deploy the Viper's Pit. There's a kill coming in that form. The barrier orb, and it just had to be used to defend the res. GML just holds from it. It may aid these attackers by being able to hold a player so deep. Are we going to see another Psycho save? Are we going to have to see Psycho not commit with this op? Well, it feels as if you have to. You have to commit to something. Well, we are going to commit to an ultimate, that being the Hunter's Fury. Neo so low in HP. We're waiting for the second tap, and Psycho, well, they're going to start to engage forward. And Neo closes out the round. We keep things even between these two teams.
Neo at such low health there at the end of the round, just able to get that pick, finalizing the round, keeping it tied 3-3 as we go in. Now looking now at the economy, we're going to be seeing a Bulldog coming from the side of UMass. Honestly, that could go any way. Now Psycho not buying just yet. Kind of in a tough situation at the moment, but it looks like they are going to go with a Marshall.
Here.
I think that a Marshall is really great for a maps such as Icebox, where there's so much space, so much room.
Now, as these players start to move on towards the A site, the Viper's wall going down. And at this point, I mean, it is an indication of what's coming their way. UMass can start to set up for it. Hunter's Fury in pocket, yes, but I mean, they can just try to engage with the rifles. Fade's already moved up on towards being collected an ultimate orb as well. Serious George tucked in the corner. All the guns come alive, and well, it is going to be a fast and furious game. A fast and furious gunfights. As Spear heading in towards the tailwind. Smoke will get the trade out in towards mid. As a crunch in towards the site as Jules finally comes through. They need to find exactly where this Viper is hidden, because if they don't, a Jack in a box, a Pandora's box could be opened up, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Spear finds GML as Mio's just distracted for just a second on an engagement on towards Bell. They'll find the kill on towards it, Spear, but Mio's dropped all the way on towards 10 HP. The terror trails are going to lead towards where Mio is, but they're just going to be better than Jules when it comes to the engagement.
A beautiful flick there coming from Mio. Both of those agents so low. One tap, honestly. So the fact that they were both at an equal disadvantage really just proves that, you know, Mio is just putting his all into this game right now. Now moving into this next round, we are still going to have a pretty good advantage whenever it comes to economy on the side of New England Tech. Going in. Oh, it's really unfortunate right now for UMass. They want to keep up this momentum. They want to keep it neck and neck, but I'm not sure if they're going to, looking at this next round. It is going to be a B push, though, and seems to be quite aggressive with it. We have some jet dashes coming in from JML. Trying to swing this as quickly as possible. Unable to get the pick so far, but he gets a little bit of damage taken. Having to reload his gun so early on, just not able to make those shots connect.
Already, well, the players are coming in towards a position where, oh no, GML, you've completely let your guard down.
The reload.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit is invested by the attackers, but I don't think it quite reaches the site. It doesn't quite reach the place where you can get the spike down. It doesn't even matter though, because, well, that Viper's Pit has been dropped, and already it's tucking tail and running towards the other site. The rotate coming through. It seems as if UMass have somewhat responded to it after the info dart. And now, the spike looking to get down for free, but how does the post plant look? How does it look in terms of actually defending this spike? Especially considering that there has been, well, 2 rifles given up. Serious George gives up their life, and now it's 3 versus 4.
For you.
Right now, a 4v3 situation. Make that a 3v3, a 3v2. Bear able to get a beautiful pick with the stinger, but unfortunately gets traded out here. Now Fluff Dog is going to be silenced right now. Cade and Mark really just... Oh, and his position is given away by the Haunt. Now Psycho going to try to do a quick swing here, but Fade beats him to it. Fourth round on the board for UMass. Once again, neck and neck, back and forth. A thrifty round.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, the fact that the 50 rounds are winning out puts both teams at such an unstable economy point. I mean, we really need to be seeing some stability when it comes towards that, or else these teams are just going to keep trading blow for blow. I mean, I'm not complaining, but if you're a fan of these teams, you might feel a little frustrated. There's enough in both teams' pockets to have ample weaponry. GML will have the Blade Storm to at least contest with their opponents. And well, I mean, what's better than a fast-moving jet with the Blade Storm coming through? Oh, they are going to move in towards mid. Info darts to support. How does that haunt look? Well, I'll tell you how it looks. Gern will find out GML. And now it's going to be 5 versus 4 for the time being.
I do think it's interesting that they are choosing to run arrays instead of a duelist such as Jet. Jet does get shut down, though, and that's really unfortunate because she did have those knives online. She was ready to use them at any given moment. Now, Jules going to do a bit of a jump peek there. Psycho able to get a kill, but Neo just shuts down Jules' attempt of trying to keep them at bay, trying to keep them far back as possible, and keeping them off of sight.
Now, as time ticks away, there's only 50 seconds left, but that, I mean, that's plenty of time to get the spike down, especially when you're already there. Barrier Rob invested. Oh, serious George just peeked out too wide. He's just had their head taken clean off, and well, the advantage was swiped from them. We are seeing Timmy the Turret just ping off, and well, that's a lovely use of blast packs, not being able to get the spike down. And with that being said, that means that the barrier orb gets weaker, and also on top of that, so does the man count for New England Tech Tigers. UMass Beacon White have done massive amounts of damage in this round. The spike isolated in no man's land. Mino needs to somehow get close, get into a position where they can pick this spike up and will get the bomb down, or get the spike down at least. Apologies. 10 seconds left. They have about 4 for them to get the spike committed. They're waiting for the swings, but it's not really coming their way. The time's already low, and well, so is their life. 5-4 the scoreline for UMass Beacons White.
I'm wondering how long we are going to see this back and forth motion. I mean, now UMass was able to get 2 on the board, but we're going to see if they're going to be able to continue this. You know, it's really important just to see, honestly, I kind of see a pattern forming. the 3, and then the 2. I'm going to see if New England is going to be able to pull 2 as well.
Hopefully they'll be able to at least break some sort of pattern, maybe go even further. But if you're a New England Tech Tigers fan, I mean, you're hoping that at least they can answer back. A showstopper, an aggressive push already, getting that pick, and that's going to be big. That's going to put themselves in a decent position.
Psycho from Psycho, honestly. A great ultimate coming in, gets that first blood. Now we're going to get a flurry of kills going on right now. Mio able to get the trade for his fallen friend. Furious George now goes down. 3 ultimates, all 3 players that are still alive on New England's side have their ultimates ready to be used. On the other hand, UMass has none. Left Dog gonna go ahead with the res.
Yeah, the attacker now facing the Killjoy. Lockdown down. There is obviously positions in which you can find yourself a little hidey spot to hide from the ultimate, but you realistically can't get that opportunity if you're an attacker. You can't be moving down too early. There is 1 player detained, and it is Psycho. The players up on rafters can at least protect them, and they do exactly that. It spared most of these players down, and there's only 1 left. It's Mio. What can you find? What can you do? Only a bulldog in pocket. Come on, man. This is going to be a tough battle, but you need to get this work done soon. The barrier orb invested to protect you. But Mio, well, you're going to get found out by Jules.
Really just in a tough situation there, as now UMass is able to start building a bit of a gap between them and New England. Grasping at straws, honestly, just trying as much as they can to try to get as much space as they can in reality. I mean, whenever looking at a game like this, you want to find this momentum. You don't want to continuing this back and forth motion. You just want to set up as many rounds in between as you can.
You know, let's see how the setup looks for this round. As the both, it seems to be going into a 2-1-2 split, and that is 2 players on either side of the site with 1 pushing in towards mid. Just this is the slowest round that we've possibly seen from both sides of or sorry, both sides on this first half. New England Tech Tigers, obviously the ones with the kind of general idea of the pacing, as they choose to make UMass marinate on what is their game plan. Already all the way up on towards A as well. Look at the positions of the Jet and the KJ. They're really lurking this. They're waiting to see if they can find much. I don't think they will. There is going to be that Viper or Viper wall going down on A, which may think that there's potentially an execute coming through. But no, all the players slowly moving on towards B. Although, with that trade, they may be thinking elsewhere.
40 seconds left on the clock, and Spike has not been put down. The Spike isn't really close to choosing a site yet. It looks like they're deciding to rotate onto A, which is more clear. The only person being on that site, which is their friend, the KJ. Now, it is a 2v4 situation. Make that a 1v4. Every time I mention the numbers, it tends to go down. Now, It's Bear is going to have their ultimate online. Now, I'm wondering if you use Viper's ultimate for a retake, or most likely just to defend.
Spike planted.
Could be used either way. The spike down, though, on towards A. It's Bear, in terms of what they can do, I mean, you're looking at this, 3 players all set up. You're at least hoping there's trades, and the fact that the Viper on New England Tech Tigers is already positioned up on towards Kitchen. The swing, oh, doesn't quite come through, doesn't quite work out. Lose it Spear on towards the site. They can maybe get the Viper's pit down, and maybe could hold down Diffusal. Maybe they could, but there's nano swarms there as well. Although they get shot out. Maybe this is workable. But I'm not quite finding the mark. Oh no, please don't tell me. Oh my god. Nage does find that kill at the perfect opportunity. And the Tacklers will win that round. New England Tech Tigers, though, they lose 2 rifles at the end there. Only 1 getting through. How does the economy look? It doesn't actually look too great here.
Right, that huge swing coming in there from Nades, just really securing that round for them. I was surprised that the spray honestly didn't hit him, but of course it kind of just depends on where you put the spike. You have to be picture perfect precise every time, and unfortunately you can't always do that. Now moving into this next round, as New England is fighting to close this gap as quickly as possible, we're gonna see New England trying to decide where they want to go. We see a lot of activity in mid right now, and Bear, playing really aggressive there. Psycho able to get a pick with the op though. Trade that out.
No, with the trades coming through, I mean, you look at what you're losing out on either side. One loses out flank control, but one loses maybe control of the site in terms of the general Viper utility. Remember, New England Tech Tigers don't really have much of a big buy in this round. Spike slowly ferry towards B, and in terms of ultimates, New England Tech Tigers, that's where they have the upper hand. Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury. There is one on UMass Beacons White as well. This is going to be a really tricky round for both teams. The Haunt finally goes out. Will they get the information? At least get the information in terms of it being destroyed. But they need more than that.
Seconds left.
Now Jules is holding this angle on B, just waiting patiently. Now we constantly hear these op shots being fired, and I'm sure that's going to scare them just a little bit. Spike still not down. 18 seconds left on the clock. Spike not even anywhere close to being on site. They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to push.
10 seconds left.
Nades able to get Sirius George down. That is intel. Psycho.
Planted.
No. Now in a 2 versus 3. With the spike down, so see the Haunt come through. These players just waiting, abiding by what could potentially come their way. There is that tap. GML just wait. So finally they find the head. GML now brings us in towards a situation in which they could potentially win. That shoulder peek out with the tailwind. The dash still ready. Sees just misses out, and GML's able to swing through, winning their team the round and making sure the next half they go even.
Switching sides.
GML coming in with those awesome headshots there, just consistently, honestly. All 3 of his kills that round were headshots.
Massive part of the game. Yeah, I mean, that post plant nearly fell to tatters as well. The fact that we had 2 early peaks, far too early. I mean, yes, you got the headshots, but think of the general plan. I mean, if they swung together, maybe could have been less of an issue. But on top of that, now down in towards the kind of how this round's going to look. It's
Right.
UMass Beacon's White's attack plan.
Now here we are switching sides, and it is a 6-6. I mean, as I said before, they are going to be fighting tooth and nail as much as they can. Now, once again, we're going to see some activity on A. I feel like that is kind of the go-to push that we've been experiencing on this map. Quite aggressive, honestly, as Psycho goes and immediately tries to get that ultimate orb, but just doesn't work out. He gets shot down by GML with a beautiful headshot.
The gunfights are continuing back and forth. This is now turning into a real skirmish between the two sides, and needs just puts an end to it. 3 players now looking to scurry away. They've felt the pain, they've felt the punishment, but how does it look like on B? There's already the Sage and the KG set up there, 2 Sentinels, 2 agents that you would love to be, or love to have, to hold down a site. Remember, the barrier orb is in pocket of that Sage, and well, so is, well, the KG utility as well. That spear gets caught out. The barrier orb invested to try and get a spike down, but it doesn't happen. It's now all up to Jules, but they can't get much done. The barrier orb to deny any attempt at getting the spike back, but Jules has managed to somehow get over it, get in. There is plenty of pings to give away exactly what's coming, and that only thing is coming is pain.
Wow. Really unfortunate there that UMass ended up being walled off there. You know, that was the perfect opportunity for the Sova to send out that dart and just do as much damage as they could with that little area. And then, of course, it's the perfect opportunity for them to swing in and just completely shut down the attempt of trying to get the spike down. Now, moving into this next round, we are going to see a little bit more aggression whenever it comes to buys on the side of New England Tech. They see this momentum, they want to take full advantage of it, and they want to take advantage of the economy that came with their last. Playing quite aggressively is exactly what JML is doing, just up and tube. No questions asked.
Yeah, already up in towards that position. GML finds its bear as well. There is the terror trails to give away. Their position as the Prowler chases them. The thing is, though, the engagements again. Okay, something different I was about to say. They looked as if they were ready to rotate. There is Psycho just going to cut noise and head back towards A. New England Tech Tigers have read in towards this a little bit in Meal. They've just reset their position and reset the structure of what they had. As Psycho now tries to re-enter and catch a player off guard. Maybe they'll get caught off guard. No, the judge not quite finding it, but GML finding them. Now it's all up to the Sages. They're stuck in towards mid. Gern, I mean, he needs to find something.
Now Sage is going to be alone, and 30 seconds left on the clock once again, not giving them much time, and KJ is going to go ahead and swing it and get them down. No questions asked, no fight returned.
That's a tough one to really take, honestly. Moving on to the bonus, though, and thinking about what is actually going on in terms of that, it's it looks like a decent positioning, because realistically, as an attacker, you have to push into the lower weaponry. It means that you can hide, say, for instance, a Spectre in a corner, and maybe take your opponent off guard as they have to swing you. I mean, in Valorant, you have a more advantageous position if you just hold an angle rather than trying to swing one.
Right. We have a 6-8 lead right now on the side of New England. Now, Jules is going to be sitting here. It looks like they could be going for any push now. I mean, they haven't really committed to A or B yet, but Ray slowly starts to move forward onto A with that spike. It's Bear, and Sage will be there to back up, as well as Lasova, who's deciding to sit in the backlines just a little bit and use the util to their advantage. I mean, you know, those shock darts are great for long distance, as well as the intel.
No. In terms of how the map looks, there is one fade looking out in towards B. The main push obviously going to hit A, but there is the advantage towards the attackers as they move in. The blast pack used up. Psycho trying to get up close and personal, but it's Sirius George that gets the first frag. It's Spear helping out. There goes GML. The attackers really doing work here. And the fade looking in towards mid. Could catch out a flank and does so. Jules puts her team in towards a position which looks, well,
No time.
oh, totally and undefiantly winnable. 2 players left. Trying to get in towards the site with lesser
One
weaponry.
enemy remaining.
You can't help but feel that will be giving up. Now Neo Sticks has to engage us with a Spectre at what seems like long range for this weapon, especially after they got its most recent nerf. They swing out. Jules, after a flurry of bullets, hits their weight, to return fire and win the round.
A flawless victory coming in. Super impressive. They're definitely going to try to take this momentum, bringing it to 7-8 now. I mean, once again, it is just this back and forth motion. I mean, you can't get too much without the other team taking it back. We did see that, I want to say the Sage as well as the Viper were quite low there. And one thing I wanted to mention is the fact that people are still choosing to run a Sage because of how of an important character she is, even with the, I would honestly call it a nerf that she experienced lately, where I want to say she only does 25 self-healing now, and we did actually see the Sage self-heal. So I just think that's something really interesting that we're seeing that I kind of wasn't expecting to see, but of course, an Icebox, most likely you are going to see Sage. Now here we go, onto this B site, all 5 players of UMass just joining up here in this corner.
Yeah, Mistake, the orb picked up there, the ultimate, just to kind of, to make sure that ultimate's just kind of continuing to grow. Psycho just takes up a more of aggressive positioning to catch out a player. If they don't clear close, which they probably won't, then we could easily see that player picked up. There we go, Psycho with the trigger discipline, lets the player swing wider, just in case there is a problem, but the problem only seems to be Psycho's aggression. Bear seems to have some sort of lineup for the site. I don't know if this is a good idea, especially when they might be going down a tad too early. Neo and GML, well, they're just going to use their guns to deny. As that snake bite start to hit, Bear at least gets one. They might think that this is a winnable position, but no, just on towards the site. Mio will close down Bear. This is why you don't always need to go for lineups, and better to take the engagements coming their way.
Right, those lineups, like, really hoping that they would work out, or, sorry, of course, they were hoping that it would work out in their favor, but unfortunately it just doesn't. I mean, they're willing to swing as one hits the tap on the defuse. I think it's so interesting how people will choose to decide to push into the Viper's, or the snake bite, sorry, even though they know that it is going to cause a little bit of damage. But whenever you do have that number advantage in a 1v3 situation, you're willing to take that risk. You're willing to have a little bit of damage dealt to yourself.
Yeah, I think as well though, the snakebite had been on for quite a while. You know what I mean, in terms of a snakebite's life cycle. So the fact that we saw that the fact that 2 of them go down quite early, I mean, it just felt as if they could just jump on, and I mean, they judged that timing so well. But I tell you what, Psycho's not judged the timing well on nades, not caught out by a nightfall. They get far too aggressive and clear the corner well too tight. The haunt already out, not getting much ping, so it gives away a position and says, do you know what, you can get aggressive. Gern, though, somehow not picked up by Neo, allows them to live that little bit longer. The barrier orb comes through, it denies the teammates shocked up, but I'll tell you what, there is a break in it, and it allows for nades to get in. Another line up nearly fought. It's Bear. Can they get it to hit this time and at least be a little bit more patient? The 2 teams at a standstill as the spike ticks away in terms of time. They tap the spike and get on. Sticks doing the work. It's Bear. Gets that 1 kill, but it's traded down to a 1 versus 1. As the spike at least half. Can they get on? Well, they can. And they're even protected by the 410. They get off before it's halved, and it's going to be lost.
Right. A bold choice there to get off of the spike, but honestly, they knew in their heart that there just wasn't enough time. So this is, once again, UMass bringing it back here. Once again, we see the judge come out. I think that's a gun we've seen a lot in this series, honestly, and that's so impressive to me. Now, the economy on both sides aren't looking super great, but I will say that UMass does tend to have a bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, they really do. UMass having the better weaponry puts them in such a great position, but with ultimates in pockets in terms of Viper's pip means that you realistically are going to have a trickier approach on A. And well, obviously, oh no, I'm waiting. Mio You've seen one. Hold that trigger. Do not
Oh.
pop it just yet. There's players still to come their way. There's still players to come down, and there it is. The perfect
Oh.
opportunity comes through. They get a double kill, but Psycho gets a double of their own. They trade it down all the way into a 3 versus 3. There is that res, but it gives away the position. I tell you what, there's positions on the map they need to be worried about, and one of them is the Fade that is moving up on towards Tube. A rotate from A, or rotate to A, I should say, where a Viper's Pit awaits with open arms. They are looking to re-hit on towards B after cutting noise, but this is the problem. If you re-hit, it's still the Jet of GML waiting, they're tapping away, and Neosticks has found Jules. They've gave the advantage, and the advantage has been extended. It's now all up to one player, it's all up to Gern. The knives don't quite hit, but I tell you what could. The gun that is in hand. They drop
30
off,
seconds left.
and as the last remaining player tries to make some sort of effort, it is going to be an uphill battle.
We are a 1v3 situation in favor of the New England Tech Tigers. We're gonna see how aggressive the Sage is willing to play this. Oh, able to get. Oh, there we go. They were able to get down Nia, but not before JML was finally able to end their efforts there.
Lovely shots coming out. Esper will pull out a timeout here as they looks as if UMass feel as if they're just losing control of this game so far. Oh, what do you think they could be seeing in the timeout?
I honestly see that. Let me see. This timeout is on the side of UMass, if I am correct. Yes. So I mean, I'm sure that they're seeing a little bit of a downhill slope that's happening right now as New England is able to get a 2-round advantage onto them. They're really just trying to figure out what flaws they've been facing, what the other team is just doing better than them, and they're just really trying to regroup as quickly as possible to make sure that the gap doesn't grow any much larger, honestly.
Well, in terms of, is there anything you think in terms of how they've been pushing that they could be changed or anything like that for them?
I mean, they have some great fights going on. I mean, there's constant trades that we are seeing. I mean, it's really just, I want to say hitting shots, but also grouping together. I feel like that's something that we could see a little bit more of.
Now, looking towards this position, and it looks as if it is going to be just a straight A hit. When you're looking towards what's in pocket, it is obviously an equal round, so maybe a little formulation of the plan that could be coming through there, especially with the fact that you do have a couple of ultimates that could be used for getting a single pick, for instance, looking at the Showstopper, and obviously the Hunter's Fury to destroy the intel dart and show face, show contact on towards A. Viper's Paul already up, and I think this is just going to be a very quick push. It is. Here comes the Showstopper, the Ray's ultimate, and it's going to clear the site completely. The Hunt comes through just to clear some extra space, but that's already been cleared by Psycho. It might be a little bit of wasted utility, but we'll need to see. Hunter's Fury clears out default, misses out and completely on all the players. Fluff Dog does not miss a player at all, and they put themselves in towards a 3 versus 5, although GML just completely misses a player down below. There is one player above as well. Can they find a frag? No, they can't. Nate comes in to save at the perfect opportunity. Serious George tries to come through at the other end, but it's not to be. Psycho left, and well, won't be left for long.
One thing that I really could have mentioned during that timeout is really working on the economy on the side of UMass. We see that that's something they're really tending to struggle with right now, and they're going to be forced into a position of buying at this next round.
Yeah, it's a decision of realistically what do you leave for the next round, because I mean UMass Beacons White are gambling it all on this, winning it, because if they don't, it's an equal round and New England Tech Tigers will be on map and match point.
They're really just trying to create as much room as they possibly can. Nate's gonna go ahead and put some nice util out. Psycho sending the bomb bot, which I feel like, I'm not sure if it's super valuable on maps like this. I mean, I do completely see it on an A site map, but of course, you will have to use it on B at some points.
I mean, the thing is, though, you've got to remember that as the attackers, you don't know what's in front of you. So I think that just using that boom bot to clear the space isn't such a bad thing.
Yes, I'm just a little bit curious as how they used it so quickly in the beginning of the round, you know. But of course, we have seen people sneak by in that little cubby there, close to these boxes.
Yeah, already moving up on towards B as they cleared the space and continue to clear the space. A Viper's pit invested just to, well, protect the post plant, and it will cover that spike just at the very edge. The players maybe could just stay out of it when they go for that refuse. Oh, this is perfect. The Killjoy lockdown invested. They're going to have to invest in, well, using the snake bites nades from behind as the players are all pushed out. They're going to have to be close to contact as the snake bites have done the work, but GML doing work elsewhere forces the Hunter's Fury to come out. It's 2 versus 2. A defuse on towards the spike. Jules gets tapped up.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
no, the time's not going to be there. And Fluff Dog is able to defuse it. A win for the New England Tech Tigers.
Match point.
We are now at match point. This could finish out the game, honestly, but we have to see if UMass has any more left in them. I know that they want to fight as much as they can, but really, their economy is just not in the best position to be able to do that. Losing that last round really put their economy in the trenches even more than it was before, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, in terms of the buy, it's not looking great. Not looking to put them in towards a good spot. There's 2 players in towards the A site, and they have themselves in such a better position. In terms of the cohesion as well, it's going to have to be a full 5 push. They're going to try and, I guess, hit the site with brute aggression, but there's already been somewhat of a rotate through just to reinforce the numbers here. The info dart does go through, and the owl drone just clearing out these close corners, but I don't think they've cleared out. They've not cleared out nades. Oh no, please tell me they've cleared out nades. If not, they've done now. And here we go, the frags are coming out. GML can't quite get the second, but it's down to a 3 versus 3. The numbers dwindling and dwindling fast. The rotates come through on towards A. There is going to be 1 gun down as the spike goes down. Can they get found? Can they be found out? Or will they hold fast? This is it. The powder keg starts to build up, and Fluff Dog, well, lights the fuse, lights the explosion. 1 left, and it's been found. It is going to be New England Tech Tigers with a reverse sweep, and they take the series.
Wow, I love me a good old reverse sweep. And on top of that, a team aced. Everyone was on the side of New England, was really just able to pitch in at the end there.
Yeah, it's been a massive and long night for us too. But I mean, it's been a really good series. I mean, was there any highlighting moments for you from that?
I mean, honestly, I think what was really impressive to me was on that icebox. We had 2 sage walls go up, and really, I want to remember correctly if it was the Fade that was stuck in that corner, and the Sova Dart was just able to send through and get them down to 71 health. And then from there, their Jet could swing that box and just shut it down, make sure that the spike does not get planted. Do you have any off the top of your head?
I mean, there's so many to kind of go off of. I mean, the fact that we had so many clutches, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's just been one of those series. But I'll tell you what, that is us done, Aislinn. I mean, it has been your debut for tonight. Is there anything you want to say before we finish off the stream here?
Honestly, great games. I mean, you definitely kept me on my toes, both of these teams, and excellent watch, and so much fun to be able to cast.
Yeah, there is 1 more game coming up after this. Mick and Infernosis will be the ones to take you through that. But that's enough from me, Cairo, and Aislinn has been joining me on the casting desk. Thank you so much for watching, and well, stay around for the next game.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. It's another week, it's another day of Valorant, it's another matchup here for the night. We got our second matchup coming here on the secondary stream. You obviously saw the conclusion of that last one if you're sticking around and carrying things over. But you're seeing two new faces on the desk as well. Myself, Mick, over to the left. We got the likes of Binks. Thank you for joining me here today, man. It's a little bit of a different situation from usual, but regardless, you're here, you're casting me. How you feeling about it?
I'm feeling really good. It looks like we're going to have a great matchup tonight going on between Illinois Esports Orange as well as Western Virginia University. Both these teams are coming in with a pretty good record so far. It is very early into the season.
Yep.
So we have the 1-0 from West Virginia and the 1-1 from Illinois. So they're really looking to prove that they have what it takes to make sure that they maintain a positive record.
Yeah, and even then we're still in the Champions Division. I mean, I know my past couple games have been in that Champions Division, so we're seeing this thing unravel. We're seeing the storyline here, especially in the Great Lakes region. I mean, these teams are absolute units. You have a lot of Titans in this area, so you can't really talk about the record too crazy right now. But even then, you need to make sure to really be on top of that, considering that it's not just a situation of saying, are you going to get in that playoff scenario? Nationals are going to be in play this time around a year, is knowing that we're coming to the end of the actual school year. So you got to make sure to lock things down, because once you go up against every single region, you're going up against every single division. You don't know whatever could really come out the woodworks.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you're prepping as well as making sure that you remain unpredictable. A predictable team is honestly, it makes things a lot easier as your opponents. And I got to say, from a perspective of sports and working in a hockey environment, you have to think on the fly. Every single second counts. So especially applying that to Valorant here, change things up. Every single round has to be a new story.
Gotta have that storybook, gotta have that playbook, more importantly, just ready to go, kind of whip out whatever page you need be. But even then, instead of playbook, let's talk about the players behind those playbooks, because there's plenty of them on either side. We're gonna go ahead and start with the things on the side of Illinois, with the likes of Mr. Let me go ahead and get this aside. Camarak, Gumi, Machuchu Train, Magic Beans, and Lick. A lot of I know Scott, whenever he's on here with me as a duo, he likes to mention the seniority. He likes to talk about the kind of hierarchy in terms of age, so that's kind of out of the control of the players. I mean, even though we have some older players here, kind of the juniors, seniors, grad students, got to give props to that. You got Choo Choo Train there as a freshman kind of coming in as well, being that fresh blood, showing that, I mean, these young gunners are absolutely disgusting. Because even in the VCT scene, we got top players like Zekin out here fragging left and right, and he's one of the youngest players in the game. But while we already got them settled, let's go ahead and bring things to the other side of the field with the side of West Virginia. We got Jay Chronic, Euros, Bolts FPS, Taze, and Berg. A lot more kind of a rounded roster. We get ourselves some freshmen, some sophomores in the senior. The majority of the squad will obviously be staying together probably for this year and the next. So it's nice to see that development in a four-man unit.
Yeah, I really like that we have the younger team. And if we really look at current sports, this is now post-COVID, and unlike a lot of things we had where it was put on pause, we did not have that pause for esports. We had only growth over the pandemic. So that means that these guys, when they're finishing their high school years, they were able to excel in their esports careers at the exact same time. And I think that's really going to come into play here with that younger roster.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, looking at these rosters, looking at the teams, and even as you mentioned, the kind of development with no pause in esports, we see even more schools kind of saying, well, what can we do in this time being? Because I know, being a big guy from the South and in football and whatnot, there's a lot of halts, a lot of questions going on around there, and they're saying, where can we supplement this money? Where can we make sure to kind of bring more attention to our school? And esports was the perfect avenue for that. It was a perfect little place to say, you know what, let's go ahead and start building something else, because this is a new community kind of coming up and about. Sure, the old boomers there in the offices don't really know what's going on there, but if we can get the right convention, and even then we can go ahead and let them know in situations like these and what these players can do, they can't really deny themselves at that point. So the first map is going to be here, Ascent. We're not going to get a full lineup of the map, so I'll go ahead and let you know that Pearl is going to be that second map, and Split is going to be our decider if we do get around to that. But as it stands so far, you can already give a pretty good look at what these ancient compositions are going to be. The tried and true, the kind of expected, the predictable, but a little bit of a switch up on the duelist, considering that we're used to seeing Jet on this map, but I mean, it's double Reyna.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I think that especially it's not a new change, but the way her Leers don't have a limited distance, it's going to allow for them to really free up mid. And if they are properly able to clear together, that could make the difference in a round. But it does like we're going to have an early confrontation right along the A long corridor, A mid corridor. We're really interested to see how the util will come to play in this pistol round.
I mean, pistol rounds mean absolutely everything. You want that early start, you want those 2 rounds, and even then dictating the sides, consider how even Ascent can be 9 times out of 10. You're going to make sure to have that really good lead, and you can already see, speaking of lead, we got more of a lean over here towards this A side. A lot of aggression coming up for the defensive side, and some early picks coming out here from West Virginia as they found themselves a good couple kills there. Already picking off 3. The double duel is already down for Illinois. Can't really make too much of a retake here.
Spike planted.
Yeah, not the right agents, especially for that retake, but they're going to be playing together right inside of the defender spawn, and that's exactly what you want to see. If they're up to try to grab a refrag, every single one of those kills nets them a few more credits. They just want to make sure that they get in and get as many kills as they can before dying, because it makes no sense to save on a pistol round. First, we're going to have Machu making their way up, trying to use those nanostorms. I really like that you have those sprays coming down to light them up. Great use of Aster. Jay Chronic's going to be able to grab 3 and then make it 4 on that first round for a flawless for West Virginia. And that's exactly how you want to play. And I love how Jay Chronic was so calm and calculated with each and every single one of their swings. And I don't even think they had to use their dismiss because they were constantly in control.
Yeah, I mean, even then it came down to those early picks. We saw those 3 initial frags, and then past that point, you're not really too stretched. You know, you already had the number advantage, and you've already not done a majority of the team going untraded. That's a really, really big lead to be working with, especially in a pistol round where you know there's so many variables that are just kind of unknown. You don't know what these players' defaults are going to look like. And I think it's pretty good there for the side of Illinois as well. Going ahead, having some aggression on the A side. It could have worked out well for them, but they didn't give up too much information to say, okay, well, this play who kind of sits more towards that B side. This who holds middle. You want that default to start to unravel in these rifle rounds once you get that. But speaking of rifles, there's already 2 in the hands of West Virginia. You saw that Bulldog being whipped out earlier, but actually getting upgraded now to a Vandal, and Jay Chronic after that 4K they had in the last one. Taze finds the first for this round.
Chronic making their way through market, possibly catching the Sova off guard, but no, he's going to go for the knife peek, know exactly what's coming for him. He only has a classic to contend with, so Lick's going to have to rotate all the way back, try to use that util, use that shark dart, not even to go for the kill, but just to soften his opponent up just a tiny bit. And just looking towards our map, we can see how the players of West Virginia are just lining themselves up, waiting for the right time to execute. And this shows just great communication. Spotted out by the shock dart is Euro, so they know that it is going to be a commit onto B site. But they are waiting to make sure that they aren't constantly in the driving seat. And the rain to start to push in. Berg closed off by a nanoswarm, just trying to close off the kill, grab any sort of rifle possible, but nope. It's going to be Magic Beans to collect 1 onto Twitch Bullseye, but Taze is already on site. Jake Chronic there with the Vandal as well as the Phantom to assist. And just like that, 4v3 post-plant, no rifles, even grabbed by the defense.
And even then, better yet, almost no health to be working with. It's specifically there for Lick. I mean, has absolutely nothing but a lick of health remaining, and then even then, give me the backing. Can't really get too much done with these classics at hand. So you're hoping to kind of, as you mentioned, pick up these guns, but I mean, you're so scattered about, you can't really get the job done. You don't want to overinvest in utility, consider how much money it costs. So already Jay Chronic coming out with the pick and the shorty, surprisingly enough, with that Vandal in hand. But I mean, your Arena, you have the heals, you have the dismisses, you got plenty of utility at your disposal, but you don't really have too much damage. But it doesn't matter as Gimmy's able to find 1. Magic Beans, good God, what a tear!
1 enemy remaining.
Just not enough time. Taze comes in for the hero play there, but it should not have come that close. Very scary for West Virginia, but it was a very good close-off. The Reyna grabbed that rifle, and I think it really caught them off guard that you had in Ares, the gun with the most penetration possible. Absolutely great for those B-site retakes, especially when you know where to spray.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, in an effort like that, you saw the rifle being bought, you saw it being dropped as well. I mean, with no player sitting there towards the end, regardless of the circumstances of that round and how much was invested. This is a huge round for Illinois. I mean, considering that you look at the result of it, they got themselves a second round, but that's to be expected. You can't really freak out about it. Knowing that you still, though, have the majority of your team rocking that full armor, even in full Vandals across the board, or full rifles, better yet, just looking to get that presence, looking to get these long-range engagements. You know you probably have a little bit of an upper hand in these fights, so you can see a little bit of a leniency towards that in the middle of the map as Multi's able to find that first frag once more. So, I mean, Western Virginia, regardless of the circumstances of that last run and how odd things were, they find themselves an initial pick, and it's looking good for this one because all they had to do is play for trades now.
I really like how slow they play. If we look at just the way they rotate around the map, it's not like they're working without a sense of urgency. They know that the defenders have been very keen to move around the map, give them that even slight audio cue of a single footstep, and that can turn the tide of any single round. We're going to have the Empress popped here. Nano Swarms even being sent out, trying to stop Jay Chronic from making their way into sight. Shock Dart isn't going to do it again, just going to fall just short, making their way in. Jay Chronic spraying, trying to find an arrow to find a kill onto Machu. That's going to be the entry into sight. Lick spraying through the smoke is going to be able to find and shut down Jay Chronic. Now it's left to a 3v4. Defenders having to make their way back into sight. Plant will be successful from Euros, who is holding all the way back behind green boxes. Taze to find their kill for the round onto Lick. No more info in the form of Sova. Twitch Boltsy able to find a great kill on the camera. They're just holding little chip damage, lighting the Omen up all the way down to a simple sliver of health. Gumi not able to claim anything, and it's going to be the classic to add Boltsy's third on the round, and what a great way to hold down with Killjoy.
Yeah, great way to definitely get, especially that 3-0 lead now on the board. I mean, that's something you don't really do too often, especially, I mean, if any map, sure, we can see it every now and then, especially when maybe a Stinger meta comes along, but we've now seen those nerfs kind of be taken into play and obviously having their own impact in the game. But in a situation like this, where we're expecting to go back to the 2-1 fashion, kind of the flop back and forth, but on a map like Ascent, where every single team, I say it again and again, this map should be a gentleman's agreement. It should be that third map. It should be that decided where each team should have their favorite map, where they look definitively stronger in. But Western Virginia is just showing that they are that much better. Sure, you see the attacking side, you know that Rain is supposed to go off, and Chronic's definitely done that thus far, but Illinois, they gotta make sure to get some rounds here, and they make sure to start off with a pretty good pick here to make sure they can kind of facilitate that. But they've done that again and again and again. It just really hasn't resulted in too much.
I really like that they got that early pick. Now, of course, plan is going down, but they have the
Spike
rifle
planted.
from Camrat, so they play properly, pinch at just the right time. That could make the difference in the round. Get those close corner engagements, try to narrow anything off, make those rifles not as impactful. Euros will be able to catch Machu, refrag by Camrat, Taze will be able to find Gumi. Now the main push is going to be coming from every single corner. Taze rotating back. You have to play this as the attackers just try to close off the angles. Don't give them any way to push out. And Taze are going to do exactly that, leaving it all left up to Magic Team, who has nothing but a Sheriff of the Dream. They'll be able to collect onto one. Nice headshot through the wall, but still stuck with the Sheriff, and they weren't able to overheal. That means they have 10 health. Not much to do with that one, I'm going to be completely honest. And Taze will find their third on the round, and West Virginia still yet to drop one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive leap for them. Considering that last round, the economy of the side of Illinois didn't really have too much to work with, considering that they were on an eco. So, I mean, you can't really give them too much bashing for that last round. But, I mean, considering the 4-0 start here for West Virginia, it just keeps on going. They are finding their tear. They are finding their effect. And it's surprising to see that Illinois, even on that second round, where you saw that they were kind of working with some ragtag guns that were picked up off the ground, and they still found themselves a very, very good result of that. They haven't really found that continuity yet. They haven't found that follow-up, that same exact result that they were looking for. So they just kind of have to see where on the map they can get themselves some presence. Even then, maybe go for another first pick, see if they can actually maintain that and grab it. But another thing they need to look for is middle map presence. Maybe an operator here eventually. But, I mean, I completely understand they don't want to go for it, considering that their money isn't really in a spot to, A, buy that gun, and B, definitely not to lose it, especially on a single-round basis.
Very good point. Turning our attention to the fifth round of play. Chronic is making their way towards market, and if we look at the defenders, we have a possible cross angle. We have the Paranoia from the Omen that could very much close them off, but the Dark Cover will do a great job to allow them the freedom. Hopefully an audio cue here, just to give Lick and Gumi just the tiny advantage that they need. This recon bolt, I'm not a fan of it. It gives Jay Chronic the perfect advantage. They're going to turn away. Paranoia sent out. Wouldn't have caught anything, but just gives them enough information. But look at this. On the other side of the map, Euros has already made their way into sight. Going to try to catch the Sova off guard and market. That's a beautiful headshot. Going to allow a lot more push up from both sides. Meanwhile, West Virginia also making their way towards a shutdown by Camrat, forcing the res from Taze on site as Bro also goes down. Plant successful, and it's just a push from every single corner, netting positive for the defenders of Illinois.
And that's definitely going to go ahead and create a little bit of a hurt on yourself, considering that, I mean, you saw the Resurrection already invested. I like the way it was used to kind of go ahead and give yourself that one-man advantage in that terms of that one-for-one situation. But Magic Bane's already here on the Empress, looking for someone of an effect. Amrat getting another kill back there towards Boathouse and Berg, all and nothing but just stuck in a corner, can't really get too much done. This is going to be the first round here for Illinois. So, I mean, they're not going to go on the board without an answer no matter what. They're going to go for a 1-for-1 or 1-for-4 ratio here in terms of the start of the game. But you're just happy to be on the board at this point. 3 guns still sending towards the end of it. You have both your duelists there for that retake and a controller to go ahead and set the pace for the game. So you're happy with the results. You say we can carry things over. Sure, it invested a couple ultimates to get there, but so did West Virginia. They used that Resurrection there pretty early, didn't get all the effect they wanted out of it. But I'm sure, considering that Taze is on 10-1 right now, that is not nearly a concern for him, considering that you know you're probably going to get another one here soon.
Yeah, as long as you play for your flank, those alts, I really like the Sage Res. When you have it, use it. And I feel like that's something that you oftentimes forget playing that healing role, because you think, I don't know when I'm getting it. I want the perfect opportunity, and half the time it will not present itself. The perfect opportunity is never there for these ultimates. You have to make that opportunity available, and that's not something Sage can do with theirs. But we're gonna have a little bit more of an aggressive play here towards a long trying to really contest this. Now, first time we saw this was in the pistol round, and it did not work out in favor of Illinois. So I'm really interested to see how exactly they're going to use this util. They have invested both of their duelists, and I think it's quite clear that the push is not coming towards A. It's all about who's going to find this opening pick, and are they going to keep their live, or is it going to be traded out?
Just gotta look to see for these initial frags. You know the players gonna be swinging on you, but it's a good trade there. I mean, sure, you lost your duelist, but you got an initiator there to back yourself up. And Taze is just, well, doing Taze things. I mentioned it. Kind of did that ultimate last round. You were a little concerned about it, but you already got the majority of it back, and you're only 3 ticks off from getting it once more. And speaking of 3, that's a magic number, because that's how many players are also available for Western Virginia as they get this spike down. So with a huge retake trying to come both from up heaven, you have an easy little pick there to know who's there, what's going on, because Tay's going to go ahead and grab one more. Multi with the execute for the round. That's another one there for West Virginia. They know that this A site is definitely working out for them. I'm expecting a couple more hits there on this site as this half starts to unfold a little bit more so, but you got to switch things up. You got to go B, and you got to make sure to iron that thing out, because you want to know that, okay, the one time we went there that wasn't on a bonus for us, we can actually get somewhat of a good result there.
I really like their ability to just rotate from site to site so far, or just make a clear narrative known. It doesn't seem like they're scrambling. It seems like they're calm, collected, and talking. Now, of course, they have the 5-1 victory. It's easy to say, oh, they're just talking, and that's exactly what's going on. But it largely looks like they have a clear idea, a clear intention of where they want to go. We see the Sage constantly going for those ult orbs. It's a clear communication. Now, Magic Beans and Camera, it's not like they've been doing a bad job of holding this corridor, but my one concern is that they aren't able to constantly get positive trades. And as I say that, Taze will be the first to fall spike down. They have a lot of information, and it's just a random there, meaning that's going to be a lot harder to trade out. You have to wait for their opponents to rotate. Magic Beans to find Chronic. And that's a lot of spike control now in possession of the defenders. Now, yes, we did have the Killjoy die on the site, but it hasn't mattered too much because they have spike coverage and they don't have to worry about that B site. But be very careful because you might get sandwiched from the Killjoy making their way up.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, looking at both C, sure, you're not really concerned about that B side anymore, but problem is you still have to worry about a player possibly lingering through there. You do see a little bit of a look towards the back of the map. You see Jet trying to go ahead and swung back and forth, and can't really do that anymore with him now dead, but you do have that coverage there towards A main, trying to lock that thing down. You were praying your controller can give all the smokes in the world, or at least all the information, but Euros is at least able to go ahead and get a kill in the meantime. Create that wall off, and able to go ahead and get that smoke down to give yourself that spike once more. So Western Virginia, out of a very, very bad situation, they still come out with a round win. Because, well, I mean, they've already showed it. They're just looking that much better on this map, and they showed they got control of it, no matter where the fight's really taking place.
Let's go ahead and diagnose that one. Where this was the first time we saw Illinois have control of that spike.
Yep.
But the problem was,
Bot coming back.
it's such an easy, the entire restaurant area is just very easy for attackers to take control of. It's built for them, in all honesty. So I think that's something you have to take into consideration. Spike, while it could be the be-all, end-all of any round for time, you can't prioritize that entirely. Maybe leave one player there in a little bit of a rack corner because you know they're going to be committing a lot of util. And that's exactly what you want to use it for, that util. Bait all of it out. Once you have that, you'll be all set. But I'm going to quit my blabbering because Taze is walling the Reyna up. Big Fun is going to jump right back off of it, though, as we're going to have a commit right onto the B site. Killjoy lockdown is going to be able to grab anyone. It's going to be a late commit regardless. And they're going to just try to push right on up. Matchu just waiting inside a market, and there's a lot of smoke, a lot of built-up pressure that can just completely unfold. Gumi swinging around, he's done a great job jumping out. Hunter Fury also being popped. Matchu gonna find their pick. Ender, counter Killjoy, lockdown being deployed. Gumi finding Euros. I think evens out to a 3v2, favoring Illinois. All left up to Taze. They're gonna have to spray. Trying to find the Omen, not able to. It's gonna be a great shrouded step as Gumi's gonna be able to swing onto Taze. That's gonna be the second round win for Illinois.
It most definitely is, but it's not going to come by free. I mean, you look at the amount of ultimates that was invested in a round like that. You saw the Hunter's Fury. You saw the shutdown. I mean, all of those kind of being stacked on top of each other. The Blaze from the last round. Illinois, even though they found themselves 2 rounds, I always say that 3 is the magic number when it comes around to these halves. I mean, 9-3, we've seen it doable time and time again. It's proven itself to be completely viable. I don't think it's more of a curse. It's just a bare minimum, is what I would say. So, I mean, sure, it's a lot more difficult, but we've seen it done before. But with Western Virginia and what they're doing and the way they're just following up on these rounds, they found themselves so much consistency in this game that now that they have the 3 ultimates in a round like this, where they know that rifles are still probably going to be bought by LNI, and they know they have a lot more resources to work with that you have to earn rather than just typically buy, they're more than happy with that, especially off of a first blood and a second to follow it up. By the time his sentence is done, they've already mowed through more than half of the team.
And look at this. Look at the Astro Plague. This synergy that has been going on from West Virginia has seemed absolutely unstoppable. The entire push through heaven is just rendered null. All because you have this perfectly timed utility dump. From the Astro Concussion to the Sage Slow, it does not give them any options. Chronic to find their 3rd on the round, all of that to Gumi, who's making their way through Treen, and it's going to be 4 for Chronic, all off knowing the positioning of the players through process of elimination. Where else could they be?
Yeah, I mean, there's really nowhere else. It's just kind of that rule of denomination, kind of see what you can mark down, see what you can kind of play out. And even in Western Virginia, they've already gotten such a read in Illinois, and they've already mowed through any player to kind of get in their way. It's not too much of a problem for them. I mean, you see it again and again and again. You know the early push is probably coming out towards that A side. We haven't seen an opping jet in the middle of the map. We haven't seen it towards B main ever since kind of that axing of chamber came around. So, I mean, that's that player who's kind of filling that spot. But after another buy round going away, being done and dusted, you know that's now going to be gone. Not too much of an option there, and you're just kind of playing things as best you can with the guns at hand. But the problem is, once again, the guns just aren't that good. They find themselves a couple dead players that can get an exchange there, but there's only still 2 more remaining for this massive retake of 5 players still standing.
Great use of the res, and I can't judge Chuchi for trying to push their way in through door. There was not very many options, and now the omen of Gumi's going to be left on the flank. Chronic to find their 2nd 4K in a row. And it just speaks to the entry potential of West Virginia. They are constantly making their way in, and I said it moments ago, it's not like it's ill-calculated and they're rushing in. They know what they're peeking, and they're peeking it properly. And I was in the position of Illinois, I don't know if I'd be looking to go for more of a retake, because these aggressive initial plays are not working.
Yeah, I mean, the only time you're really going to see these efforts really start to go a little bit warranted is, once again, I'm not putting too much emphasis on this operator. It's just that by now we do see a lot of teams on the defensive side kind of looking to lean into that gun and see if it's going to get anywhere. And just getting that one pick, you get out with that tailwind, you're not really stressed for any kind of trade potential because you know you got that first pick and you know you got it immediately afterwards. But just looking at the oppression from Western Virginia, you know immediately if you do tailwind out, you're going to have 5 players or 4 players in now just rushing you immediately, smoking every single aspect of the site. You just can't do too much. So already an easy little take coming underway. Magic Beans going for the retake up towards heaven. Now with an Empress in play, that can get some really good efforts down, but you get to look at the post play. You have a Soba with a Hunter Sphere, you have a Cause of Divide, you can set that thing up perfectly for your squad to get another free round.
Ray is going to be the gravity well to catch Magic Bean. Great use of the dismiss to get out of it. But they're still going to have to find 3 more as Taze and Euros capture their kills. Freaking Dart shot out. And they just have to go for a well-timed spray. But what's this time is also on their side. Every single variable against them. 3 kills from the beginning to 4 time. That's the ace. Wow. But do they have enough time? Yes, they do. What a play from Magic Beans.
Wow. Outstanding there from the side of Magic Beans. And more importantly, I mean, to talk about that Empress, you look at the potential of it. If you're not nailing that thing down, well, you just learned your lesson pretty quickly. That's a free round. That's that 3rd round to work with, and we mentioned it already. That could have been the actual just nail in the coffin for the side of Illinois on this map, where you say, we've locked them out at 2. That was a buy round of theirs. They lose this thing, and they have nothing to do as a backup. We have 4 rifles for the next. That's why I said set up the Cause of Divide, play for the Hunter's Fury. If that was towards the back of the map inside that A main and you just shot that thing down range, there was nothing they were really going to do about it. And now with that kind of being gone, you're using that more as kind of a backup option, more of an engage option right here. Looking on the opposite side of the coin, see what you can get done there. And already, very, very quick emphasis on these ultimates. Trying to get as much of a result as possible, gets an initial kill there, and you're in a 5v4. But all this isn't really necessary, considering still that look at the weapons. You're just being a little bit of a bully with all these judges and marshals sitting about, but it doesn't matter. Choo-choo train's a much bigger one.
Wow, this aggressive play from Illinois has done absolute wonders. The Empress has been popped. You gotta be very careful here, but Magic Beans will swing right into the unwelcoming arms of, sorry, Jake Chronic will swing into the unwelcoming arms of Magic Beans, and Vic, that's turned the table completely on its head, and that's a really good split for Illinois, as I see them having a lot of comeback potential in this second half.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do. Sitting at 4-8, I mean, after that kind of whole round started to unfold and unravel, Western Virginia, I got to say, that was a pretty lackluster last 2 rounds for them. I mean, obviously, they'd fold me in a lobby any day of the week, but I mean, still, sitting and having the benefit of being able to look at the kind of layout, them as a unison, and seeing what they're kind of creating in terms of opportunities in this matchup, it doesn't really match all the prior rounds leading up to that point. I mean, seeing what their team was accomplishing, seeing the amount of just oppression they had on the map, and the amount of control, more importantly, even then just locking down areas when you know the spike was held hostage, situations like that, still just able to come back from that in a moment's notice. It just doesn't really match the whole aura I'm getting from their squad. So we're going to see what they do on the defense, considering that, I mean, they do have a little more of a typical setup, the double Sentinel instead of the double Duelist out of Illinois. So let's see how that matchup goes, considering that it's made for that. And the Sentinel's the one who comes out at first.
Oh, wow. 2-3. Oh, my goodness. Boltsy showing their speedy, fast reflexes all inside a market. The entire push of Illinois has been rendered null. Wow, just not able to clear out, and a great use of a Killjoy setup that was clearly not anticipated from Illinois. Boltsy now being able to have the ability to swing, try to shut down the 2 remaining players, making their way in through Garage. Lick trying to scan out. They have a little bit of fragging potential pushing their way onto the site. They have to make sure that they work together on it. Great use of the turret. Looking for it. They'll find their 4th. Bro, they could have easily found the ace there. That's a flawless first round for West Virginia, and a dominant one at that.
You already saw the rotation coming through. Players waiting in the back end, looking for that retake, saying, okay, we just kind of play this, funnel down, go for a little bit of the split on site, towards backside, go right through the catwalk. I mean, West Virginia had a setup there. They had an answer all ready to go, just in case things did start to fall through. You obviously we're going to have that Silva kind of fall back on the site and kind of play towards Boathouse and look for that pinch. But I mean, Illinois, this is already where it starts to kind of unravel a little bit more. So I mean, you look at these rounds, you had to win that last one. Sure, the 3-9, 4-8, all those isn't too bad, but that's considering that if you win the pistol round. Now, knowing that you see that execution, you see that player falling immediately, you're seeing now a 9th and more than likely a 10th round going underway here for that double-digit checkpoint so early on for what you could call essentially free. So some push-ups on the site. This round is going a lot cleaner than West Virginia's last second round.
Yeah, that's really... I love this synergy that we are seeing between Bro as well as Boltsy. That is perfect chemistry. And Camera's just stuck inside a market. They have the door closed on them, but there's no way for them to capitalize on these kills, especially against these rifles. I'm a huge fan, especially on ascent, of a second round Bulldog buy. It's the perfect budget item to get, and it has such great headshot potential, as Jake Chronic has just shown off there. Another well-deserved flawless round for West Virginia.
And finally nailing that down, because, I mean, obviously after the nightmare that was that second round for them, where they all just kind of went down with the spike, didn't really have too much of an option, considering it still got into that 1v1. Spike was going to go off regardless, but it just comes down to how many guns you had remaining, because you want these bonuses to be, well, bonuses. You don't want to be forcing things out. You don't want to get your economy in too bad of a spot, considering the massive lead you have in terms of rounds. You can use the economy to your favor now. Even if you want to sandbag a couple rounds, go ahead and start discussing. Make sure to get over this kind of lump in the road that is that double-digit checkpoint chokehold we see a lot of teams kind of fall into. This could be the moment where they start to fall apart. We could see a massive comeback starting to surmount here from Illinois if they really start to go off with these rifles. But if you get an easy little shutdown, especially if you're pushing Taze over there towards the A site, that may be the one player who can stop you.
Couple micro battles going on. First one inside of mid, as well as ending a hallway. Kumi's gonna get the opening frag onto Boltsy, bringing up a lot of areas from mid. Euros to find Lick. Machu able to find Chronic. That's a lot of duelist pressure off the boards. Magic Beans holding the flank will be able to find their frag onto Taze. Meanwhile, Euros gets fragged out. Burrow from the back is able to find Magic Beans. We're stuck in a 1v1, and the Jets at one health. Oh, camera with a huge headshot and spike plant is going to definitely set Illinois up to have a lot more potential.
That was one shut off with any gun from being a done round for Illinois so closely. And I'm sure Camrat's just feeling a massive weight lifted off their chest, thankful, saying that that was the shot that could have made or break this game, quite honestly. We would have been down in the dumpster economy once more, couldn't have found a fault for that round. They would have been sitting at 11, gotten themselves a match point, and we would have had a massive hill to overcome. But you kind of lighten things up for everybody better yet. You're only looking at double the round count right now. Not the biggest deal in the world, but still a pretty big string of rounds you're going to get together. But knowing that now West Virginia has these rifles to get to themselves, well, albeit they did have to pay for them instead of one of those being picked up for free, you got to see what the approach looks like. And already an easy little pick coming out from Gumi. A good start there, but not a rifle pickup, sadly enough, because you're waiting for somebody to kind of play for that trade.
They play it slow, they might be able to swap it out, and that's exactly what will happen. Great opening pick from the Omen. I love seeing that paranoia be used in such those close corners. And I want to emphasize that Gumi did not push up too far. Had he moved even the slightest bit forward, it would have given Reina the inclination that there is a player there. Wonderfully played, and now we have a great fight for the round going on inside of Tree, as well as making their way towards Catwalk. And making their way up. He is just waiting inside the smoke, spraying. Smoke will dissipate. Magic Beast win out. Meanwhile, Lick will also get their kill onto Euros. No more use of that Astra support. Now 5v2 post-plant situation favoring Illinois, and they've really come alive in this past few rounds. Cameron able to find their headshot onto Boltsy, all left up to Burr, and they have no real option here, an Odin and a Dream. And I'm gonna be honest, as much as the Odin go Burr, it cannot net you that many kills because they won't line up for you.
I mean, there is a world where you find these optimal points. You just go ahead, wait for each player to swing, and just spray things down, get a couple kills there into help at Odin, but you just don't want to take those risks. You just kind of play things out, run for your life there, kind of see if you can get any free picks off, because you know that the entire team's hunting you, and somebody's eventually going to pinch you from behind. So you kind of just fight for what you can, and you don't come out with anything there. So Illinois, once again, with another good round under the wing, they make sure to get this kind of differentiation that much closer. But, I mean, it comes down to what more can you really do here for Western Virginia? Well, you can start with a thrifty round if you want to really nail yourself on this, but I mean, as I mentioned, that checkpoint chokehold situation, that was 2 rounds for them to net themselves that 10th round, but afterwards it seemed a little bit lackluster. It seemed a little bit difficult considering that Illinois does have that double duelist. They want to be oppressive. You're going to have us sitting on both sides of the map, but instead of Sage sitting up there towards A main, you're investing that wall very early over towards Catwalk, but you may have the optimal time to really get it down right now with a Bucky in hand.
Oh, what a great shot from Taze. They'll get it refragged, as well as Jay Chronic will fall. That means we're stuck already at a 4v3. Oh, Euros with a headshot onto Lick. That's going to be spike delayed for just a moment longer as the remaining 3 players have to try to make something. Boltsy to find a great headshot onto Machu, and they're making this rifle difference honestly non-existent. They have the ability to pick up now. Magic Beans will pop that Empress. They have to find those too many kills. They no longer have the man advantage. Swinging in towards Tree, they'll see one and look for the second one. And there's the thrifty you were looking for. Euros and Burr to find the headshot. They've really been practicing their aim laps.
They've been practicing on their angles too, especially when it comes around to cheaper guns. At that point, you might as well just not pick another one of those expensive rifles up if you're going to get an effect like that. But even then, it comes down to holding that position. A lot of players aren't really expecting that, quite honestly. You know that Spike is being held down, but that Empress, if anything, was a call to action there. You're not expecting players to push up in the tree out of anywhere else. You're expecting to just take over site, hold angles there, say wait for the retake, but that spike never went down, A, because it was held hostage, and even then, B, that Empress was pressing, you know, that they're going to push this thing eventually, and without a leer, that's your biggest mistake, because sure, you may be this unlimited force of power that can get heals and dismisses whenever and whatnot, but problem is, if that initial shot doesn't really land perfectly, like we saw Camera on that clutch round earlier, that's not going to get you anything. It's a domino effect. If the first one never falls, you're never going to find that value.
First micro battle. Alarm bot will go off. Magic Bean's going to be lit up just a tiny sliver. It will also allow for Boltsy to look towards Machu. Just look as they try to make their way into A. But look, the entire spread out of Illinois has really rendered the defense of West Virginia thin. But they'll find the opening pick, and that's exactly what they need. Taze also find Magic Beans. Those are your 2 entry duelists now off the board. Gumi finally able to pick back up. Machu to find their counterpart of Boltsy. They're stuck at a 2v3. Control of A site will prompt for the rotation all the way over to A, and that's exactly what you want to see. We're going to have a great post-plant scenario. You have the Killjoy Nanoswarms in position, and you also have that lockdown if it is used properly. But look, there's no Hunter's Fury. It is the perfect ground. There's no way to counter it besides those shock darts, which won't do enough.
Even already a bit of an inkling going on here for these picks and where the players can be sitting inside. So already good shots down range. Oh! But a resurrection trying to come out there towards the end. And a little bit of a miscommunication there coming up from Western Virginia to know the second player was kind of lingering or on the smoke. So that's an unfortunate circumstance, but a good round for Illinois to go ahead and close things out because that From the Shadows isn't a waste anymore. You got the shutdown available still on the attacking side. But problem starts to unravel here when Western Virginia seems like they can't win a round with these rifles in hand. And with 4 ultimates, maybe that could be your solution for the next one, being you didn't burn that resurrection right then and there. But hey, I mean, let's just see what we can get done, considering that we're seeing another push probably coming our way to that B site. But it's all fluke with that spike heading towards A.
Spike headed towards A. I like this. It's a little tiny micro battle. And we also have the attacker ultimate on the side of B. I'm curious if this will prompt the rotate for Reyna on the side of West Virginia. Looking to sit quite comfy. Chronic gets their kill. The spike carrier kill notification will prompt everyone away from that that lockdown, and they have no reason to go right back. Magic Beans trying to use the rifle to their advantage, but they are really stuck in the scenario. They want to be careful because you got a shorty to contend with. Bro,
Oh my God.
just speaking right out. It's not going to be Chronic to get that shorty killed. They don't have the rifle. Matthew able to find Burrow all the way from the back, and now they just have to continue tapping their heads. Lear not going to do too much. Lick to find Chronic. Now we have the man advantage from the way of Illinois. Trying to spray out. Hayes not able to find their shot. Gumi once again excels. Now 7-11. Plant going down. All left up to Bolt seat. They have the rifle in hand. They have a lockdown if need. They'll have to shoot out the turret, shot by the recon dart, and they are vulnerable to everything in that area, making this retake just that much harder. 10 bullets left in the chamber, I guess you could say. Boltsy's gonna have to try to use their utility. They'll get the one. I'm very impressed with that frag, if I'm being honest. That's the best outcome you could have there. And 8-11 as Illinois will win a muchly anticipated round.
Yeah, and even then, once again, another round for Western Virginia here. I mean, with their lead kind of surmounted here for a while, they found themselves a very, very difficult, defending side. Considering they had the double sentinel, it's a little bit questionable. But, once again, they have these 5 ultimates. This is your opportunity to use these. Do not hold them back. You have 2 rounds to close up this map. Well, just stop being a little bit hesitant with a lot of these plays. I understand you're kind of feeling a little down in the dumps mentally. You're seeing Illinois kind of surmount this comeback to a good look. Knowing they got themselves double the rounds now, and you barely gotten yourself what seems to be 3. So, no stress about it. But Illinois, they're playing this well. Finally, Chronic gets a very, very good kill to make things start to finally even up. In a massive wall, just in case it dismissed it and go off when you wanted it to.
Great use of these Lears. Chronic's even going to be able to get healed up by their Sage momentarily. Camrat just trying to find this pick. Great swing from Chronic. Now able to go for their overheal. That's 150 health recovered. Burrow not able to find their frag, though. Lick comes out on top. Great refrag game. Chronic able to find 3, but Gumi's there to get the refrag, even out 2-2. We still have those ultimates on the side of West Virginia. And if this is going to be a B plant, a well-placed ultimate, great coming from the side, from the attacker side, you should be able to lock down the entire site.
Yep.
In combination with a Cosmic Divide, there's not many angles that you can't hold. This all comes down to how West Virginia will use their utility in combination with the angles.
There it goes. Be expected. Just lock down that entire site, funnel these players out, literally just make them fish out of a barrel. Because there's nowhere else for them to go. Either going to one side or the other. One's already here on the side. You get a pinch play. That's the execution you needed. That's the round you needed to go ahead and say, finally, this is something that, okay, ultimates win rounds. Wow, we got 4 more of these to carry on to the next. Who knew? And maybe it'll go ahead and give them a little bit of a wake-up moment, considering that this isn't going to be the only map. With how strong they were in this beginning side and how much they've kind of fallen off, this may be the wake-up call they need to say, look, if we're going to Pearl next, we need to make sure to use these ultimates. So we got to make sure to get this utility down. We have to get this information as early as possible. We have to make sure to press that button if the opportunity is given, especially if we have double the ones that they do, because that map is going to be a lot less forgiving in this particular kind of problem.
Let's go and see how these ultimates can be fitted. Where we have the Blade Storm from Jet and the Hunter's Fury on the side of Illinois. That can easily shut things down if positioned properly. But on the other side, Sage, Reyna, Sova with an early Hunter's Fury trying to clear out any sort of attacking presence. They're all caught there. You just have to position it properly. That's going to be some great chip damage. Only 1, though, onto the Reyna. trying to lock them down as much as they can. We've also the Empress pop. Bro to find 2 huge kills. Magic Beans to find their counterpart of Chronic. Bolt to find Lick. And now it's all left up to the remaining 2 players on Illinois. So Camrat will be now the final player remaining. They have the Blade Storm ready. Trying to swing. You have to isolate a gunfight best you can. And they are not going to allow for that whatsoever. Swing out. Bro trying to find the third in the round, but it won't matter. Euro from Market will win this one for West Virginia, 13-8, and they're gonna have the advantage going on to the second map of Pearl.
And that's all it takes there, I mean, right? You got to go ahead and look at the round, see how they start unfolding. You saw that Spike being held hostage in that defensive situation there for Western Virginia in that last round. I mean, it comes up to the point where you know these isolated gunfights, you want them to go underway, but when you have that Spike, you're once again playing your defensive role. Hold these angles, don't push anything. That's if the Spike goes down, and that didn't really come underway. So a good win for Western Virginia, a very good first half, but that second one, that's where they have to start getting these things nailed down, because Pearl, I saw it, and I even then liked the execution there from Illinois immensely. The way they played off those traits, the way they went ahead and utilized the entire map. Said, okay, we're going to go for a 3-2 split, and even if we don't do it on a particular site, we know when we're allocating things out to where we'll go for the 2 players that we believe in the most, going on to a site their own with the Spike and trusting them with that responsibility, because even then, we got 3 players on another site. We can be anywhere on the map. These defenders are going to rotate immediately, and they're going to have absolutely no information. Very, very gorgeous execution here for Illinois, even though they lost the map. And I think that's why Pearl's going to be coming up next, because, well, that map, it is an absolute maze. It's a hedge maze, it's a cornfield, whatever you want to call it. It is something that you get lost in very, very easily if you don't have every aspect of information necessary. So with them, I got high hopes for them. We may be going to a map 3. We may just go ahead and be closing things out. We'll find on the opposite side of this break. So we'll catch you then. Welcome back. We're getting things underway because this series isn't over just yet. Match 1, or map 1 at least, came to a conclusion in a 13-8 fashion. And after Illinois came in a very, very good comeback there for a little while. That first half didn't really go their way. And kind of once the script flipped it a little bit, they found themselves in a little bit of a comeback. West Virginia still came out on top, to be expected, because after that initial start they had, we expected them to be closing things out. But the map is now Pearl. The teams are still the same across the board, but the agent composition is going to be a little bit different, and these hits are going to be a lot more different than what we were expecting to. So in terms of the agent selection, obviously we're going to see probably a Viper. I would love to see a Harbor kind of going ahead and being kind of combined with that, considering that double wall situation is always fun to keep eyes on. But even then, in terms of, I mean, just duelists, initiators, the whatnot, we're probably going to see the usual.
I've really become a huge fan of Harbor as of recent. I think that if you calculate and play with him in a very calculated way around the map, especially on Pearl and the new map of Lotus, you have the ability to close off a lot of angles, and his ability to just constantly change up the map and change the angles that you could be so used to holding. I think that's unrivaled by any agent, and I think as time goes on, he will find a very solid place in the meta.
I think so as well. I mean, a lot of people say that he's not really all that good when it comes into ranked matches, which, I mean, I hate to say it, but you just haven't played a Harbor who knows how to play it. Everybody finds him exciting, everybody wants to play him, but it's these controller players more times than not that actually know how to kind of work him around and know when the actual right moment to be popping those walls are to really give your team that advantage, or popping that kind of cove down to give yourself that kind of bubble of protection there for a little bit if you're going for somewhat of a defuse, or even then a little bit of a peek. Because I've seen those things almost kind of play like flashes. It's very impressive what he's capable of. So 9 times out of 10, your controller players are usually your fill. So the players that just kind of fill that role, they say, you know what, I'll take range for this match, I'll take the sacrifice, and I'll go ahead and get into the smoke role. But these players that you see that excel in it, that actually prioritize that role and say, go into these ranked games and practice these time and time again, you play the game on their terms, plain and simple. I mean, you hear it from tier 1 players and tier 2 players all the time saying that our controller players are some of the best in the game. And that's because their mental and the way they think about the game is completely different. And you have to excel in that for Harbor to actually go crazy there. We don't see him just yet. There could be one last pick there from Taze that goes underway and kind of gives that Harbor a spotlight, but I doubt, considering the kind of emphasis we saw on that stage and how huge it'd be, for Taze to probably fill a much more important role, and there it is in that KO. So no real controller switch-ups here, Astra being the go-to, considering, I mean, how many stars you get, how many smokes can be on the field, and how large of a map Pearl is. It makes sense to kind of be playing this underway. KO and Sova on the side of Illinois, that's to be expected as well. I mentioned that information. I mentioned excelling with it and kind of playing off of it. Well, they know this map better than anybody else, it seems, because that's what they're playing for.
I also want to talk about the Astra versus Viper in this scenario, where Viper, you place down their utility, it's a lot of place it and leave it. Astra can place it and pick it up, and that is absolutely pivotal on a map like Pearl, where you want to be able to have the freedom to rotate. Viper just does not allow for that as much. So as we go in, we will have West Virginia just having the opportunity to defend. And I want to see that they actually excel on this side, and I need to see a lot more utility being deployed.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will, considering, I mean, the Ultimates was the thing I was kind of a little bit iffy on when it came around to West Virginia in that last map. But, I mean, with the Neural Theft, that's going to be probably every single time you'd find a first pick, especially after the buffs that came underway, where any corpse just lasts the entirety of a round and you can pop the thing whenever, which makes a lot more sense and probably should have been in the game from the start, but I understand why they made decisions they did. But Illinois here for the start, they want to make sure that they find themselves kind of a lot of information to be playing off from the get-go. They want to make sure with that Sova, with that KO, to where they say, okay, let's go ahead, check screen with that knife. We don't need a dart back there. Let's not go crazy with this. We can let a knife cover that entirety of that left side of sight, and then we can use the dart to actually execute on where we know these players are possibly going to be. But that's where you see the Cypher set up. A big cam over towards the top of the map, seeing who's going to be swinging that towards Pillar, lets you know that this is where they're probably pushing first, because nobody's seen that thing yet until a shot finally does go down. But you know it's a jet. You know the push is coming through because the player's already down.
Find the opening pick. Flank going down. Great play from the Cypher, being able to swing off KO's flash. Magic Beans to get that refrag, however. Spike was denied. Magic is going to go for that on a default corner. No players remaining to try to deny it. We're going to try to throw in, try to seize any player that they can. They've been spotted out. They know where two of these players have rotated. It's just a matter of if they check at the right time. We'll be waiting, trying to find 1, 2.
Oh!
Almost able to find the third. It is all left up to Burrow. And look, the position of this remaining fade has been notified to the other attackers. So now have to make their way towards the egg, try to find a free fight. Oh, what a nice headshot. Looking for a second one. They're going to be stuck with no abilities. They didn't have anything left regardless, but Camrat to find that kill. And that was a little bit closer comfort, but it all came down to that huge play from Gloomy inside of Elbow.
And even then, I mean, for Berg, I hate to say it, in those kind of points and those spike plants, you can't touch that thing. You can't tap it and try to fake it out. It is so far out there right into the open to where you see that spike, you know it's counting up. This isn't Call of Duty. You're not just going ahead and just defusing a bomb where you just look for a particular player. That spike gives you the benefit of A, putting it in half, and B, also giving the players who went ahead and planted it down to know how close is this thing being done, and is somebody actually on it. So out there in the open, you have information, you're watching that thing, you're watching that little ring make its way up to the top, and you're saying, all right, somebody's on it or somebody isn't. And it makes it a very, very easy decision to make with whether or not you're actually going to commit to actually holding that thing and playing defense on it. But another Cypher cam underway towards this A site now, and a pretty good one at that. Got the detection of the player, but you just couldn't find the kill to follow it up considering the gun you're working with.
And I don't think it was spotted out, which means that cam's going to be ready and used in future rounds. So 4 to 5 post plant, and there's not much retake potential from West Virginia. They have the Astra Stars to try to make it up. They're going to try to hold it down. They tapped Spike, but they actually haven't gone for any defuse, which I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. They'll finally get onto it. They don't have the smoke, and it's going to be Camrat to find 4, looking potentially for the ace, and they will find it. Don't even have to move from a single position for 4 of those frags. Great play so far from Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, good start there. The 2 rounds going on the way. A pretty dominant one at that for the second. So, I mean, no real problems there, but not really too much armor to be backing things up here for the third round, at least on the side of West Virginia. You look at the Vandals, you're expecting to win these long-range combats. You're not really too stressed about it, knowing that, I mean, sure, the opposite side is going to be working off of a bonus, but you got to make sure these Vandals really go ahead and play their part. And that's where I like that the full force of the Vandals is coming out rather than going for these kind of phantom plays, because this map doesn't really favor close quarter encounters too much. Unless you're really working around those angles, you want more versatility. And Phantom just doesn't really do that job here on this map of Pearl. I mean, with all the long hallways and the big, massive lineups there towards B and easy little picks towards A, those one-shot headshot thresholds kind of fold immediately, just like a lot of these players of Illinois. Pretty instantaneous, I'd say.
Enemy remaining.
3 out of 5.
What a huge 3K from Boltsy, and I think we really saw last round that they have the potential to just come alive, especially on these crazy rounds. Matthew looking to swing and catch the Lone Summit defender Brewer off guard, but no, that will not come into fruition. It's gonna be a flawless round for West Virginia, and they are really showing that. Well, they did go down for those 2 rounds. That third round, that bonus round that we've seen in the past, it always changes things up.
It's just a big problem here already with another rifle to work with. I mean, across the entire board, we do see that Phantom going in for the side of Camrat, which I can understand with you being a jet, kind of closing out the distance as fast as possible. We see it all the time on Duelists, just again and again and again. And we'll kind of rain us playing towards that Vandal instead. But we're on a large map. I got to say, going for the B push with the Phantom in hand. And we talk about the space and how close it can be kind of just shut off. But that just doesn't work when you see a player already going ahead and folding on the side of Illinois. So, I mean, you need to make sure that you close the space immediately, find a smoke there towards that screen, make sure you get a push, or you need to find a different way to get on the side.
Just waiting. Who's going to get the opening pick? That's always a big question. And as a defender on B site, it makes it really uncomfortable. And good to know that you have the Sova Dart coming in. You always want to try to put it in a position that the defenders don't have the capability to shoot out, but it will still do its job notifying you of where they are. We are going to see that Camrat's going to take a lot of damage early on from the spray through. And Chronic just sitting inside of these cosmic clouds is going to be a great use of time. Is they cannot be cleared out. The Sova is very lit up, and they're going for the rotate. So early round netted completely towards Illinois towards West Virginia, but Illinois still have the capability to rotate. Most importantly, they have the utility in the form of Astra to make their way onto the A site.
This makes a little more sense. I mean, you already see that kind of phantom being underway there for the duelist, so you know that you can go ahead and get in these closer quarters. But Cameron's made the switch over to the Vandal, at least from the player that went ahead and dropped that gun. But you're waiting for the retake. You're looking to see what West Virginia is going to do here. And already you've gotten some damage down range. You know that player's already lit up a little bit. You even saw that encounter towards the middle of the map. You know another one has been lit up for a little bit. So, I mean, you're kind of happy so far, West Virginia. You say, all right, this is completely doable. We even then have Arena for this situation, for these close quarters. Unlimited sight lines on that Lear, but one thing you don't have unlimited sight lines for is in these retake situations. In main, right there towards Art, Flowers. You have no coverage for that, and West Virginia is making sure to really punish you for it.
Gumi, last one left, has to try to stop the plan. Not even going to be possible, as Uros is going to find them, and that's going to be a second consecutive round win for the defenders of West Virginia.
Just underway there. Another one for West Virginia to be expected. The second round to go ahead and play their favor. Now, a rifle round where they obviously had the advantage. A rifle round where they kind of played on an even playing field. So it's good for them on this defensive side to know that, well, we have a Cypher that, I mean, it's actually going underway. It's working to our favor because, I mean, Cypher, when you get to these complicated maps, like Fracture, like Lotus, like here on Pearl, all these maps, this guy just goes insane. Your tripwires have no range to them. You can go anywhere on the map. Your camera gives you all the information in the world you need for a more aggressive area. If you do want to go ahead and have that fall off, you wait 40 seconds. It comes up again for somewhat of a retake if you want to make sure that it's kind of there. It's almost just like a KJ turret in a sense that you control. So you just got to see what can be done with it. But speaking of other things to be done, Blade Storm doesn't really find the effect you want because that's a player down. But quick exchange from Lick there. Make sure to go ahead and get the trade off.
Yeah, you're going to have the forced reload bolts able to capitalize on both of those frags, lit up all the way down to 40 HP remaining. The Chronic also finds their frag, and Deja Vu as Matthew Train is the last one remaining, and it will be tased.
Another round here for West Virginia. Good looks for them, keeping things rolling along. Found themselves the first map, and I'm sure they just want to call it an early night if possible. So, good looking for them. Boltsy going crazy right now, as it seems, with that Cypher. Not only do you have a Cypher that's also doing good in terms of utility usage, but when you have one that's fragging out, that's a benefit that not a lot of teams get, and you're very happy to see it. You're on this defensive side. You have a player that you can lean on and say, look, this guy's going to hold down the entirety of the map. He's going to check his own tripwires. He's going to play off his own cams, and more than likely, he's going to get those kills. So we can just kind of leave him alone, play somewhere else on the map. You kind of saw that, I thought, with the operator being in Raina's hands, but instead they're peeking right over there towards A main, baby, and they're going to get a kill off it too.
I really like that. Just the ability to push up, get all the way back, and that's exactly what Reina was made for. Cameron also to take out Boltsy, Chronic to get their second kill, refragged, avenging their fallen Cypher. They'll make their way all the way towards the back of site, and it's going to be a quick smoke. They don't have to worry too much about their angle being contested, but this is really interesting as it's going to be a push towards sewers, and the two KOs waiting to catch each other off guard. Who's going to peek first will most likely determine the entirety of the gunfight. Now it is going to be Magic Queens making their way up. A free kill for Taze, and Lick also looking to make their way up. Not the right move. Go the other direction. When someone is watching sewers, it is impossible to make your way towards the defender side with that. Chronic prepared will spot up the gun barrel. Nice headshot onto Gumi, and Sova is going to peek the exact same angle. Will we have the same exact story? Yes, we will. Chronic, once again, becoming very well acquainted with those 4Ks.
West Virginia on these defensive rounds is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. We're seeing it again and again and again. Jay Chronic now kind of waking up. And even then, after that kind of being lackluster on Ascent, their execution and communication on this map is polar opposite. It's seeming so much stronger. I mean, just right there, we saw KOs waiting at the water, kind of playing off each other, and even then, Taze did not take a risk whatsoever. That being one of the most influential players I think I've seen in this series thus far, checking with that knife, saying, is somebody here to trade? They have to duck under here. They have to slow peek this no matter what. I win that fight. So I'd just like to know if someone else is around after the initial pick because, well, Cypher gave the call that the trip has been made. Somebody's covering A site. I don't have to worry about that. Watch the singular angle and everything will take care of itself. So once again, another round underway, kind of unfolding. A huge push trying to come out from Art. Not too much of an effort to be done yet because no picks have been made, but some good damage has gone down range.
Both sides having a player extremely lit up. It's going to be a match to be able to find the first one. Ace to get the refrag, however. We're going to have a 4-4 post-plant KO completely lit up. It is going to be the null command from West Virginia, though, trying to make sure that they have no ability to use these. And finally, a Cosmic Divide being used post-plant. It's going to make the push and retake of the site extremely difficult from West Virginia. Bringing it all the way up. They have control of Spike. They're going to try to use the Recon Bolt, but you can't shoot through. You have to push through. The only thing that could have worked in this is the Hunter's Fury, but it won't even be utilized as there was just simply too much time remaining on that defuse.
That's another reason Astra is just so prominent in this map. When you look at these retakes, when you look at those walls specifically, it feels like there's not a single thing you can do, quite honestly. I mean, when you look at a lineup like that, you know that you have not only arc covered, you have that main area covered. The only thing to really concern yourself with is a flank. And who's flanking on Pearl? That takes like 3 hours. I'm good. So, I mean, seeing the kind of plays here from West Virginia, the way they're playing these rounds out, they're making sure to press that X button, which I'm starting to like a little bit more of. But Illinois now has to figure out how they're going to find an answer, because the only rounds that they have won have been that pistol round and the follow-up. Ever since then, they have been looking for absolutely anything and seemingly found nothing.
I think my biggest problem so far is it doesn't feel like they're connected with the story.
Yeah.
I need to see that Illinois has a clear-cut motive of which site they want to be pushing, and more importantly, that they have a clear idea of how they're going to maneuver around the defenders. If you're not accounting, if you're just saying, well, I'll take the site by pushing up this angle and dealing with whatever's there, you have to account and think, well, if that player's there, I'll do this. If this player's there, I'll do this. And we can see the pings coming out, and it gives you a little bit of an idea that that's exactly what Illinois is doing. They're trying to plot their route and think about who they are going to have to deal with to get them.
And even then, they were being a little bit more tricky about their positioning. And I mean, knowing that this is kind of their map pick and the way they're playing things out, you're expecting them to kind of be looking a little bit hotter on this. You're expecting them to kind of know the routes, know the kind of the ideas. One thing they haven't really made much use of has been halls leading towards this B side, but now they're kind of actually going for a hit on it after they do go for a quick nade, but they went ahead and snipped out Taze. But every single time, you see him trying to go for those efforts, trying to unravel these plans, say, let's push towards spawn. Let's kind of lock down this area, see if we can get a push towards the B side, and then they just have no idea where we are, have to check every single corner to get across the map. That setup's never happened. They get overzealous, push towards spawn, try to walk down water, try to push towards A, and every single time they get picked off and they say, oh, we overstepped, and there's Boltsy just finding us with a singular kill.
Neurotheft's going to be absolute wonders. You know the push is coming down on B. You're going to know how many players have split push elbow as well as long. Gives you great retake potential. You also have that Cosmic Divide. It will be an attacker lockdown, however, trying to close things out, make things even harder for West Virginia to push up. Ace to find one, Boltsy to find another.
Oh my
They
God.
have made their way. The Killjoy lockdown's been destroyed. Boltsy ranked towards long as every player on the side of Illinois has seemingly fallen. They'll find one, but that's it. Hayes uses a great sheriff play, and the defenders once again come out on top.
And even in a situation like that, I mean, it's just Illinois is getting overzealous again. Look at the KJ towards back hall. That is one of the easiest places for defenders to get back to. It's a hop and a skip away once you're getting back onto site. You can go from heaven, hop down. You have been unscathed in that time, and especially with an Astra who has the capability to throw up smokes wherever they want on the map, that's easy pickings for them. They don't even need to pop a smoke off that. They just have to pick up the star, and that's enough coverage for you to make that leap, take over hall, and even then, more too, towards long. You can't fight that. You can defend that. Those players have been overwhelmed. So it's these situations again and again and again where they're kind of over-invested. They feel confident in their shots, and I have to appreciate it, but it seems like West Virginia is just that much more confident.
That's just scary to say the least. That I would never be able to take a peek like that and come out still alive, to say the least. And I think it's largely because of how well West Virginia has done, just being able to get those quick frags and get out. More importantly, just Chronic, just constantly getting those cheeky frags mid was supposed to feel free and non-contested for our attack, but lo and behold, it is not.
West Virginia still 4 players alive. Illinois looking to kind of make a round go underway with 3, now 2. Some good exchanges every single time. You see players being picked off. You see round presence kind of going underway here. I mean, some actual efforts being made, but every single time you get an inkling of success, it's snuffed out almost immediately. So you'll be going for a little bit of alert, trying to go around the map. You have nothing but a Marshall in hand. Don't really have too much of a secondary either besides that classic. And I mean, you're looking for a sneak up on somebody, but I just don't know if it's going to come underway. Even in a round that you do win, this has now been 6 in a row for West Virginia. They set up every single angle because, I mean, what are you going to do? What can you do? Absolutely nothing. So almost max money here for the side of West Virginia. 7 rounds in a row on a tear here for this defensive side. And this isn't really the side they're even opted for. The double initiator with the Reyna as well. You're expecting them to be pressing that W key as soon as they get to the attacking side with overwhelming aggression to whatever they dedicate themselves to. That's something we haven't really seen Illinois nail themselves into, and it could be the curveball they're looking for. And I think it's what they're going to opt for right here is they have a full 5 looking at that A main.
What's scary, though, is that you still have that Fade Nightmare that can just rip through that entire A site, and that's a lot of audio you're not going to be privy to for the next chunk of time. So if they do choose to go for this all-5 commit, they have to make sure that you have someone else looking, and that's what you have in the form of the Killjoy pushing their way through mid. If they are able to catch any sort of defender off guard, that could make the difference. They're to find their frag. Flash is being sent out, and it is going to be site control on the side of Illinois with the man advantage. And that's, of course, Killjoy making their way through B hallways. Now, you do have the ability for the Fade Nightmare, just waiting for their team to get into a better position. But it's just going to be a matter of how exactly do they isolate everything. Haze making their way in through Flowers. Nightmare being sent in. There's one. You're going to have to use the KO Molly trying to catch them off guard. Throw to find a second kill on the Magic Beans. Last one is going to be all the way on long. Matchy's made their way behind. This could be the perfect flank we are looking for. Looking for the one. Missing a couple shots. He's going to have to swing around. Trying to find the second one, but no. Burrow with the 3K on the round. Defenders will take number 8.
The setup was there. The players were there. The utility was there. Everything was on the map that you needed. But it's just the spots they were put in wasn't the places they could excel in. It's almost kind of putting a prodigy swimmer and putting him in the middle of the desert. There's just nothing they can do. I mean, you can't really see them flourish in that environment. And once again, it's these situations for Illinois here where you see a Sova getting in there, getting that plant down, and you're saying, you have a Hunter's Fury. Why aren't you setting up for a post plant, moving your way back, playing off of these audibles where you were just completely unscathed to any efforts that West Virginia wants to throw at this map? So once again, it's an 8th round in a row here for West Virginia. They are running through this thing, and Chronic is just tearing up the team. First bloods are almost guaranteed for this guy now.
Yeah, it's become scary. It's a notorious Reyna situation when you're not supposed to be afraid to push the site, but you most definitely are. They're going to be able to pick up 3 with a collateral. Chronic looking for that 4K they've become so well acquainted with. Gumi and Euro staring at each other and having no clue about it. Gumi try to catch them off guard, catch the headshot, but the rifle will reign supreme. Boltsy not able to win their gunfight. Magic Beans wins that out. Chronic just waiting, frenzy in hand, knowing that the operator is not going to do exactly what they want in that scenario. They are stuck in a rock and a hard place, though. Magic Beans has the rifle, narrowly able to avoid the AO knife. They're just stuck inside a secret. There's not many options.
No.
Spike is down. They don't have the utility. They don't have the team to back them up. They're not full health. They have enough health. Thank goodness. 30 seconds to go, and Mick, time's just
30
ticking.
seconds left.
This is, I'm not going to say impossible, but you're kind of scrapping this idea in your head already. You were stuck in secret when the rest of your team fell. And once again, it's those moments where you kind of push back towards spawn. You say, if I got behind everybody, why can't we just get the job done with everybody that was on site? Like, what's going on here? Why can't we get it done? And there it is. It's going to be dropped, but an instantaneous trade to come out. And I'll say at this point, I guarantee Chronic isn't even worried about that operator right now. You drop whatever weapons you can. You look at that money. It's been full across the board here for a while, because if you look at that scoreboard, ever since that 3rd round, it has been nothing but green time and time and time again. And here for the last round, sure, Illinois, they have a shutdown once more, but where are they going to pop it? Because I guarantee that B-side after that last effort, they probably want to go for it again with the full commit that we're seeing them kind of inch towards, but they got to do something different, and they cannot give up too much for free again, because they're just fighting for a 3rd here. Otherwise, that 10th round checkpoint chokehold, maybe just free real estate here for West Virginia if they get a pistol round to follow it up.
Going in towards B long, avoiding the hopping Reyna.
You are divided.
And here, finally, the Cosmic Divide can be used on the assault. Attacker Killjoy trying to lock down, give them the ability to push all the way up. It does look to be successful as this Cosmic Divide, but great use of the Molly won't entirely close things off.
Spike planted.
Lockdown will be completely popped, and it is going to be the Cypher at the back of sight being closed off. Pace to win out the gunfight. No one collecting onto the Cypher as he's been able to wait for his team to come and recover his body, essentially. And now 9-2, 5-4, favoring West Virginia. They're already on to Spike. We're going to have that Hunter's Fury. The counter Cosmic Divide was popped. They're just looking for this team.
Last player
Every
standing.
single bit has been popped, and nothing is going the way of Illinois, as it's going to be a successful defuse for the defenders of West Virginia as they make their way towards the offense.
9-3 is what we were hoping for in that last map, but it came out to 8-4. You're happy about that. 9-3 is what you're hoping for, bare minimum, a map like this, and it just hurts to look at these kinds of things. These score lines you don't see very often, especially in the Champions Division, albeit. And just kind of seeing Illinois really, really struggle for absolutely anything, it's just, it's not abysmal, but it just hurts. It hurts to watch, to see that even if they want a chance of success, they are down 0-1 in the series. This is where they had to step things up. This is where they had to go crazy. This is where they had to look and form. And after they were attacking side of the descent, I mean, you're saying, you know what, it's kind of expected for their attack side to look good. Every team should and better know Ascent. Here on Pearl, though, it is really starting to lock them down and show that there's just not much they can really counter. I mean, all that attacking utility that they had in terms of information could have really gone their way, but it just seemed like Boltsy and Chronic just put a massive halt to those plans, and we're going to see if they can do the same thing on the attacking side here in the pistol round.
I was a huge fan initially of the way Illinois was able to come back, but Pearl does seem to be a completely different map for West Virginia. They've shown that so far, and we're going to see their first commit onto site, making great use of these long flashes as well as pearls. And look at this, just completely catching them with their C's. Camerahead's going to come absolutely alive, catching 3. And it looks like we have a match here, Mick, as we are not going to have a spike down. It's going to be all left up to the lonesome Cypher, as Magic Bean's Camera have both made their way back towards like being lit up to absolute oblivion. So winnable for Boltsy if they do have that opening frag onto someone with full health, not getting lit up too much. The 3 players holding 3 different angles they can hold together and just waiting for those swings. He knows where one of them is.
30 seconds left.
Can assume he knows where the second one is. Going for the headshot. Not too much of an option there. And that is a very much needed defender win.
It wasn't the player that concerned me in that round, it was the gun. I mean, Boltsy, we've seen this player do so much in this game this far. And I mean, to be expected, I was thinking, okay, maybe it goes. It's definitely feasible, but with nothing but a classic in hand, that's to be expected. But already, once again, you mentioned a map to be underway for it. I mean, sure, a round underway, but keep in mind that's now 7 rounds that Illinois has to make sure to kind of bring back almost unscathed if they want to even find themselves at a tie game. West Virginia needs 2 rounds just to guarantee themselves an overtime, just in case they turn their monitors off and ever since past that point. And I just don't think that's going to happen. So, I mean, I could definitely be proven wrong. This round is expected to go towards the favor of Illinois with these guns in hands to work with, but you never know, because with how sneaky this map can be and what kind of nooks and crannies you can slip through, you could have found a kill right then and there, but problem is you just don't. But even then, there's 4 players still alive, sheriffs in hand, so they're trying to get something done here. They're kind of forcing things out a little bit, but it's that 3rd round they're looking to send home and really set up for as they rob a couple of these guns out.
People love symmetry, Mick, and I think that's what we could see in this matchup if they do repeat that 10-2 on both sides. Of course, while highly improbable, is that mentality of, well, we earned our spawn champions. If they can do it, well, so can we. As that's going to be a kill for Camera onto his duelist counterpart of Chronic. And a split push now coming from West Virginia as they try to make their way onto a site, well, with heavily disfavored guns. Machu, looking the wrong way, will turn their attention in the right spot. Taze with a huge headshot. Now we've seen things evened out, rifles being picked up. They're going to be able to use them, opting to continue to use that Sheriff. Camrat with a great flank from mid will be able to find their frag. Gumi also to find theirs. And that's going to be magic to finish things off. And the defenders with their 2nd consecutive round win. But that is to be expected on the bonus. And this will be the TSN turning point. Mark my words, if we do see that Illinois are able to win in a dominant fashion.
I mean, just looking already at the scores, seeing what's being done there, Illinois perfect for them to get themselves another round, to be expected. I mean, sure, they lost a couple guns in the process. They picked up what they feel was necessary to go into the next one, especially that Bulldog, and even in the Ares from Gumi to kind of hold these close quarters angles and even then spray through towards the A side if you're holding that thing down. But B is probably more likely going to be the option there. Not because I get the benefit of having X-ray vision and seeing the entire map, but knowing that these guns inside of West Virginia's hands are going to be rifles. They're going to go for these long-range matchups. They want to excel in those. They're not going to be buying Phantoms. They're going to be going for Vandals, full forcing those things out, having alert towards the middle of the map out of Boltsy to see if somebody's trying to go for something crazy with these smaller guns in the hands of Illinois, and you're expecting them to kind of be forcing things out a little bit. No real information just yet, but they know where these players could be, and even then they come out unscathed on the opposite end of that. Hear a tailwind, grab a kill. They know that this is the site to hit now.
Just trying to hold things off as long as possible to make their way in through long. Hunt will be shut out without collecting information, but it did do its job. And oh, you see that many heads, you're not going to come out on top there. Chronic will be able to pick up the match. Chronic will be able to also pick up Gumi and just sprays out from the defenders. And look at that. As expected, the attackers of West Virginia have come out on top.
Another round underway there for West Virginia. We knew they'd get over that threshold eventually, and even if that round did go to the side of Illinois, that would be just a really good look for them. So already, that's the problem. When you talk about that symmetry, we're not seeing that the scoreboard. That's already been tainted. That third round, flawless spree of 10 rounds in a row for Illinois, that's now been done and dusted. But, I mean, still, there is chance, there is hope, but every single one of these rounds, one of these 2 rounds surmounts to 5 that you had to fight flawlessly before even getting to that point, and you've already went ahead and messed up one half of the equation. So let's see what they can do in a retaliation. They do have the guns to work with. They do have a little bit more pressure, but man, that aggression once again, that push up towards A, that's going to be punished here soon if we ever do see West Virginia decide to go for that side. But as it stands right now, you push towards B, and Chronic receive the taste of their own medicine.
And I really like those initial picks. It's a great use of the operator, and it really shows off that you can get that early man advantage, but you have to maintain it now. We see the Killjoy going for the flank. Now, I do like this play because there's no one who's designated flank watch as far as their utility is concerned. However, you will immediately notice that you still the fade watching it. Flash being prepped. Camera, this is a huge kill if they are able to capture it. They are going to be completely flash tased to win that one out. That's their entry on into sight. Hale's knife will be able to detect at least a few of them. The C's being sent out. Magic Beam to take out Taze. Spray from the Odin. Able to find one. Not from the second was Euros finds the headshot. But Matthew on that muchly anticipated flank will find the final kill, and the defenders take their second or third round on the half.
No pickup on the Odin there. A pretty expensive gun to be kind of not letting slide over to the next round. But I mean, considering the money at the side of Illinois, you don't want to be wasting too much here. But it's good for West Virginia after they hear all those shots. They know a player died to an operator. They know a player died to an Odin. And you're saying, wow, these guys, do they really have to buy their problems away? That's not going to be a luxury they can really afford every single round if we just keep on picking them off. And you can already see it start to unfold a little bit for them. Gumi still has the Ares in hand, not opting to really buy anything, trying to share it for the rest of the team and give that luxury of money across the board. But once again, we look at that early aggression towards A. Wasn't really mounted there. The Soviet came out, found a little bit of a hunch there, saying that sure, it wasn't shot. Things seem a little bit too quiet. No early pick towards the B side, so possibly want to back up in this one. With Rainin out being on that Vandal, able to push things up, still having full money and a no command to play with. You may find an easy little pick there with the Ares, but you know somebody's on site. You already knew that Nashor was going to be there. You get a free resurrection off, you just push for the spike plant.
Praise being sent through. Bro to be able to find it. Kills being traded out. Will be even until Heroes and Burr will be able to quickly clean this one up. All left up to Magic Bees. They have the op in hand. They're going to be hit by the Prowler, and there's not too many options for them. They have to try to find a free pick. But we've seen the way West Virginia plays on these post plants. They don't give anything up. And just for a player stuck in secret, you got to feel for their position, as I believe it was West Virginia's KO. He was in this same rock in a hard place not too long ago.
It was this exact situation.
Oh, no.
Right. It was Magic Beans in this spot. It was West Virginia who had spike control right there towards R. And there was nothing he could do. It was this same exact setup. Sure, it was different players, but you say, well, guess what? There's something in our playbook for that. This exact situation, because it's already happened once. This man's living a point of PTSD right now. There's not much he can really do, and especially with a very expensive gun in his hand, he was scared to be losing that thing because it felt like a catalyst in that round that you finally ended up winning, but it just didn't end up happening. So now match point here on the board for the side of West Virginia. They're looking to close this thing out. They have 3 ultimates, and they got plenty of money. Compared to the side of Illinois, who's still rocking a little bit of a scratchy bye here for this last round, as they're hoping and praying this game can keep on going on.
Getting a little bit aggressive, and this is something we saw a lot on Ascent. Just this rush up from 2 of their players. Meanwhile, the push is already going down on A. This flank is going to have to come relatively soon, otherwise it will not be considered a flank at all, as it's going to be exactly where the attackers are looking for. Hunter's Fury being sent out. They're trying to stop the plan. 2 huge kills! Wow! Really giving Illinois a fighting chance in this, what could be the final round. Flash. Volty trying to find their frag. Camrat also narrowing these players out as they're going to be caught running in the alleys, making their way towards the site. Volty able to find Magic Beans, securing the player advantage for West Virginia now. They have control of B, as well as the Reyna, making their way all the way towards the defender spawn and up towards Heaven. That's exactly what you want to see, and it gives them a lot of freedom in these final dying seconds of what could be the match.
Yeah, I mean, no ultimates to work with besides that Blade Storm still underway. Didn't really find too much of a result out of that in that last gunfight. When you saw the players over there towards Art and such a big map when you're wandering about, you never know what you could run into. So already Jay Karnik able to go ahead and pick off one of those players in a 1v2 situation. Camrat's looking for any kind of results, looking for any players kind of hiding about. But when you have nothing going on in sight, you're sitting at 61 health and you're getting roundabouted. Yeah, ring around the rosy. There goes your round. There goes your game. There goes your map and your entire series with it. West Virginia coming out with another win on top for themselves and looking very, very good for this 3rd week going underway.
Really happy with their performance, and just their ability to isolate the frags is something that we saw come in absolutely clear there. I think the number one thing that I was concerned with in that first map of Ascent that gave me a little simple reason of doubt was just their ability to finish things off. But second time around, they really showed that they have what it takes. And when they use that util, exactly like we saw those null commands, the ability to fade Haunt and Nightmares, they closed out Pearl really, really well and used that util to just completely close off any chance of a retake.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, it's just another one of those situations where, I mean, West Virginia, they own an entire side of the map. That's just plain and simple. If we saw them starting the attacking side on this map, I'm sure things could have been a little bit different with kind of the back and forth that we saw coming out there, but man, you had to find that result immediately, and that was with the pistol round in that second half for them to go ahead and have a little bit of a comeback where it looked, that just kind of fluffed their stats there for that point. That's how important those pistol rounds are to show to where it makes you look good for an entire side of the map. Problem is, though, if everything that kind of precedes that is a little bit abysmal, I'd say, then, I mean, that's the only kind of positive you have as a takeaway from that game to say we won pistol rounds, and there's not really too much of a breakdown there. Ever since we saw rifles again and again and again and again, let me repeat myself 8 times more because of what we saw West Virginia do. I mean, once you win maybe those, 5th, 6th in a row, it's already looking pretty bad. When you double that thing up, when you say the only thing that you have won on the side of the map has been when there hasn't been rifles, and now we have unlimited money because we're staying alive, we're playing our lives, and even then we have an operator who hasn't died in what feels like 5 rounds in a row. You guys just have not found a solution, and honestly, you just really start feeling yourself where I'm surprised Western Virginia didn't close that thing out faster.
I'm quite happy with Illinois that they were able to recover at least to get 5-round wins, as it really shows that they are still contenders. It's not like they were completely stomped on. It felt like there was a solution that was held by West Virginia, and they just kept on being able to use that same solution, that same prep, while still remaining unpredictable themselves. So very great way to close that one.
Yep, so that's it with the Champions game once again underway. Obviously, huge congratulations to West Virginia for closing things out in a big manner. That really set yourself up here for these next couple of weeks. These two teams weren't really undefeated going into this in the most dominant and kind of extravagant kinds of ways, but still, these early starts really count for a lot once it goes over the course of the season, because there's a lot more to go underway, not only for the rest of these coming weeks and every single day of the week in all of our sports, but also here tonight, because we got another match coming up here soon, not on the B stream, sadly enough, but we'll be taking all you lovely people over to the A stream, because Binks and I are going to be closing things out for the night. And he may not be here next week. Lord knows what Infernosis has going on in his life right about now. But we'll probably see him again next week here with me on the desk as well. So we'll catch you then. Y'all have fun over there in the A stream. Y'all take care for him. Good night.